Don't elves sell sandals? Humans sell sandals and so do elves, yeah. But dwarves can't make them. Anyway, let's chat room over here on Twitch. This is more for the VOD than anything. Say hi, YouTube. Let's play some Dwarf Fort. They don't post feet pics to only dwarves. They draw feet pics on the walls. Come on. Please. It's like old school Facebook where you post to your wall. Speaking of posting on walls, chat, welcome to Slaprock of the very aptly named Glorious Crimson Will of Smiths, of the Emerald Irons in the continent of Breaching, which is actually surprisingly close to a Necromancer Tower, known as Livid Gates, which it's like Bill Gates' very, 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 very far removed cousin, which is probably why there's so many zombies and weird necromancer creatures visiting, which is exciting, and I'm enjoying that. This is our previous fort in this world, which went from 400 population to 300 population back up to 400, which I'm very proud of. I'm very happy that they're still there and going hard. You did redeem a dwarf. Yes, this is true. I did see that way long ago. And so did Laya, so I've got 2 dwarves to name. Sweet. Here, if I actually look at the Emerald Irons, it is worth noting, okay, some of our old dwarves who are in the fort and world still have become royalty. It's also worth noting, I think the queen died. So, rest in peace, queen. We will remember the queen. All hail King Melville. So I'm going to do a thing real quick. I always feel weird when I do this, but I'm going to retire the fort real quick, and I'm going to find out what happened to the queen. I think we should make a funeral shrine for the queen. It is by royal decree that every single fortress in this entire faction must create a shrine to the queen. Probably died spring. Deify the queen. I agree. Seems to be very hazardous to be a monarch of my faction. I mean, it is going with history, right? Like, the average reign of royalty was what? Not very long? No, not old age. She wasn't that old. It was in her, like, 50s. So, chat, there's 2 things I need you guys to do. I need you guys to find the names of both of the Gorlaks that were in the fort previously. I know the name of the queen, but I can't remember the name of the outpost liaison off the top of my head. I could probably figure it out, but if you guys could grab that for me, that would be great. I'm just going to go figure out what happened in Legends. So I'm doing a hard save. I'm going to retire the fort, and then I'm going to do the thing. And if you want a version of this save that still has the queen alive, you can find that on my Discord. You saw a Gorlak in my cavern earlier. Apparently, Tarn saw the video of me having, like, realizing that my royalty was Gorlaks. And Tarn apparently has expressed serious desire to fix Gorlaks. By that, I mean making it easier to recruit them post-adventure mode, which is a good feeling. So hopefully that's, like, first major feature post-adventure mode that's added to video game as we start getting, like, you know, fixes and repairs and all that jazz. Is just, like, recruitable Gorlaks and cavern diplomacy. Let's go. Okay, so retire fortress. Save to new timeline. I will just reiterate what I did with gremlins for the umpteenth time. Gremlins are the only tameable intelligent creature in the game. Could you catch them in a cage? Sure. Can you tame them? No. I still think they should use the parlay mechanic for the cavern creatures, because if there was a parlay mechanic for the cavern creatures, I would actually do their parlays. As long as it wasn't artifacts specifically, I would actually obey the parlays. If they were just like asking for items or like a specific good, like if they would show up once a year and make a demand and be like, give us shields, nondescript. Give us food, nondescript. Give us prepared meals of this value. Something like that. I would absolutely do it, because it would just be a reason to you know, Nomas. Thank you. I want to know if Nomas is still alive. But yeah, I would love some sort of cavern diplomacy. We demand ballista bolts. Sure. I mean, that would be a fun thing to make. You could make wooden ballista bolt. Wait, shit. I hit fortress mode, didn't I? Force of habit. Clicked the wrong button. You have a group of peaceful ant people living in the caverns. They ain't peaceful, mate. Unless you're playing in version 47. They ain't peaceful, mate. And ballista bolts, you shall have to the face. What's my personal tip on dealing with Forgotten Beast who has poison gas? Marks dwarves, crossbows, ranged weapons. Okay, so I clicked the wrong button. Turn to title. Start new game in existing world. There we go. Troglodytes are wild animals. Wild animals are not automatically hostile for most of them. Depends on the animal. Like, cave dragons would automatically be hostile. Cave crawlers are automatically hostile. Pond grabbers are automatically hostile. Okay, so OPO. Why am I blanking on the... Hold on. The queen was IMO OPO. That was it. So she died in 513. She was struck down by a goblin. The Golden Pearls, poorly led by the dwarf Ral Walk cities, clashed with 809 goblins in river depths. So they were attacked by 1,809 goblins. Showing up and getting overwhelmed with them. To easily deal with things. What are we talking about? When you say deal with things, what things are you referring to? That's unfortunate, Ishmael. Although, why would you be selling ballista bolts anyway? Has been my head stuck on people demanding shoes. No, they demand socks. Come on. Yeah, that is a massive siege. I mean, at least she, you know, went down fighting. So just let me scroll up to Ganatank's message for the other Gorlak. Or where'd you write that? It was... Did our Gorlaks die? Yeah, the queen is dead. I kind of figured that would happen. Nomas... hold on, it was Tinoth. I'm in an ad break now. I can't scroll up because Twitch chat keeps updating. ASTEB. There we go. Female Gorlak. Fought in defense. Okay, so has moved back to raise ores. So The other Gorlak, I guess, is now kind of our archenemy. Because Nomas, you know, in my headcanon here, the two Gorlaks came into power together, moved to the Dwarven Fortress, and then the other Gorlak, like, decided to join the Goblins again. Because, like, they have... this Gorlak is a member of the Emerald Irons. It's like, that or, you know how countries have embassies, right? That show their, it's like an extension of, like, attempted diplomacy, even if it's not even if it doesn't work. It's almost like this Gorlak, who was my outpost liaison originally. Yeah, like, yes, this Gorlak became an overlord, yes, while they were in my fort. It's almost like this Gorlak is running the embassy of my faction in this location, almost, because they are still part of the Emerald Irons, right? So they are still a member of the Emerald Irons. They're not a member of the Goblin faction, but they are a member of the Deceiver of Crumbling, which they've been an overlord of for, like, it says until 510, which is weird because they're I think they're still the overlord. No, they're no longer. Sorry, they're no longer the overlord. Then. So then, who is the overlord? Some dwarf named Zephon saved shoot. Also, apparently, Toadie's imprisoned. So is Iron Pit, even though they are a... Oh, wait, hold on. This is very funny. Chat, so Darth Plagueis the Wise is the Overlord? It was a kid in my... Oh, is the gremlin? I need to look. So the Gorlak, who was my... Also, Id Wild Sack is a very funny last name. Sorry, Id's Wild Sack, but, a goose... They imprisoned an alpaca? Those moths and a fox? Multiple foxes! This chat, I'll have you know that this goose fought in the onslaught of knives as an assault on Razors in defense of Razors. And this one fox clashed with 498 goblins. I don't know why that fox is in this goose's history, but it... So... That's a shame. So the question is, what's our gremlin up to? Rest in peace, Arlen. Arlen became the captain of the guard of the Dutiful Boulders in 510. Arlen fought in the scraped attack in defense of River Depths. You fucking hero, man. A cave dragon clashed. The cave dragon Maffle clashed with 1,811 goblins in River Depths, slaying 2. Arlen was struck down by a goblin in River Depths. I will just remind you guys once again, if you would like the save file with the gremlin, with the 2 gremlins and the 2 Gorlaks in the fortress, it's on my Discord still. What happened to Laya? Still alive. You're imprisoned by the Deceiver of Crumbling rather, you fought in the Onslaught of Knives alongside of Cramp. You clashed with 498 goblins in Razors, and you were imprisoned in 510. Hexlin, you were struck down by a dragon, by a cave dragon, actually, in the artificial ocean of matching. I think I read that one already before. before, but... Yeah, where's Talon at? No, actually. Talon also died in 513. You, in fact, fought in the... You got married to Kivish after I retired the fort. You fought in the scraped attack in defense of River Depths in 513, clashed with 1,809 goblins, and you were struck down. Darius is still alive. You actually got married to Spaghetti Adventures in 512, and you currently live in Ray's Ores. So you are living with the goblins in the goblin-controlled fort, but married. Neokai is dead, was struck down by a goblin in River Depths in 513. $221 cave dragons. Don't even worry about it. There's a lot more than that. Fighting through hardships on this glorious day. Okay, so before I close Legends, does anybody have any other names they want me to look up? River Depths might not be going as well as it looks. I mean, what? I can't remember what year the actual world is in right now. Let's look up River Depths sites. River Depths Fortress. Windingism's tactical planning was superior. Is Windingism still alive? Nope. Windingism was struck down. Yeah, so there was an attack in the summer of 513. JJ was struck down. Windingism was struck down. Bioactive was struck down. Cave Dragon was struck down. Jezza was struck... Jezza settled back here, actually. Because Jezza had moved elsewhere. So no, people are still settling there. I mean, like... Yeah, so they are... I mean, they are getting attacked. Like, okay, because it's been 3 years since I've left. And... in 2011, they got a bunch of dwarves. A giant chipmunk died of old age. Rip. So yeah, it was around 2011 people started showing up again. The Bronze Scorpion attacked them in 213, and that was the initial major attack. And it looks like they're outmatching them. Yeah, just with sheer shoutouts to the KV or Sao, I guess, who clashed with 1,811 goblins. This goblin, the Cruel Tightness of Dawn, killed Bioactive, a Goose, and Alpaca, but was fortunately struck down by a Forgotten Beast. In River Depths? Apparently Inori struck that down? Who's Inori, and why can't I click it? Hold on. I-N-O-R-I. Was I on that page? It didn't look like it. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I understand where I'm confused. Inori is the name of the Forgotten Beast. Duh. So apparently this Forgotten Beast is fighting in defense of river depths. That's kind of wild. Wait, hold on. Was this the thing that I used? No, this was Poison Bite. I was gonna say, was this the thing that I used to catch the gremlins? Huh. So it's killed 18 goblins and things. Got 18 kills. Yeah, no, sorry. My brain like collapsed for a second there and it took me a second to reset. That is kind of crazy. All right. Well, that explains why I'm not getting many migrants. All right. Let's get back to the fort. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. I mean, there's still 400 population there. So it's not a dead fortress. So for reference, the fortress that I was just looking at was my old fort, which is this fort. Which is still run by us. It still has 400 people there. And this is who's attacking them. In fact, if I look at news and rumors, there is currently no news and rumors aside from the people who have moved to the Goblin Fortress of Razors. That's so funny. The Dark Plague is the wrong one. This is running that fort. The people that are running the Goblin Fortress here. Excuse me. I have to burp real bad, and I'm trying not to do it super loudly into the microphone. They are the ones attacking them because the goblins took over this location from over here using these various fortresses down here. These goblin monstrosities. So we need to take that back. That is my goal. That is the big goal. Just logged in. Why are you not getting my so this place is getting my last fortress, which is River Depths, which is the current mountain home of this faction, is getting attacked by like 2,000 goblins a season. The gremlins are dead. The Gorlaks are... One of them is dead. And we have a king now. Is the other thing. So, I have two dwarves to name. Zwari and Laya. So, Zwari. What Dwarfus do you wantis? You wanted a dwarf digging a hole, so a miner. Okay. Which miner? We've got Servesh or Zassit. Good night, Stone. Snooze good. Somebody asked the exact same question yesterday with the exact same wording. Ian Hartica. Was that you? And I answered it yesterday, so. Is it immoral to build above ground in DF? That's it? You want that's it? Also, that all that question really does is it proves that you know nothing about how this game works. There are dwarven fortresses, and there are dwarven hillixes. Hillix are surface farming communities. It's your first time tuning into one of my streams. It's just very funny that you typed literally an identical question to something that somebody said on YouTube yesterday. That's just very funny. Hillixes are dwarven farming communities that are purely surface farms. If you think it's immoral using that specific word Get your head out of the dirt. You look like an ostrich. All right, let's name this dwarf. Zori is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, and does not trust others, is prone to strong feelings of lust, and is quick to anger, is somewhat quarrelsome, and is moved by art and natural beauty, finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and could be considered rude, enjoys the company of others, and winks during conversations, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at bad weather, and is a hardened individual, dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally sees lying as an important means to an end, finds friendship burdensome, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, dreams of creating a grand work of art, and likes brass, shell opal, and the color slate gray, leggings and giant axe blades, and cats for their aloofness, and the words of the wild fell, and the sound of the velvety satins, and the sight of the wondrous sister, and when possible prefers to consume falcon sewer brew, and absolutely hates purring maggots. Is content after eating a pretty decent meal. Well, they're more circular, actually, because it's like they're like circular hills made of dirt above ground. Sometimes they'll be like one layer below ground, but they're surface communities. No, I mean, all it really is, it's a sign that adventure mode hasn't been around for a while, I guess. Because that's how you find all that stuff. I mean, I was mostly just curious if you were asking the same question and said it yesterday. And missed it yesterday, rather. And then the other one I need to name is Laya, which you don't have a dwarf in this fort. Nope, you do not. So Laya, preferences, if any? Any beardless miners. You get the other miner, who is Servish. Wait, no, not Servish. Ashtol, Knickers. Actually, no. All of the miners. Oh, okay. There is Servish, but Servish just doesn't have a pick right now. I don't think this dwarf's in the military or anything. No. Laya felt wonder after incompetently performing the rites of fellowship of fate in an undedicated temple. Save the game. Do I have to do that? I'll do that after I read this. Finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Is very curious and sometimes to her detriment. Is stubborn and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Is a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and is quick to anger and can handle stress, and is grateful when others help her out, and tries to return favors, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and is moved by art and natural beauty, and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and lives a fast-paced life and doesn't focus on material goods, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and starts talking to herself when she becomes exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally has great respect for fairness, sees sacrifices as wasteful and foolish, finds eloquent and artful speech off-putting, values loyalty, and considers craftworship to be relatively worthless, and likes native gold, fine pewter, and heliodor, and the color, and giant deer antler, alpaca wool in the color dark green, spears, gloves, amulets, and horses for their strength, and the words of the stranger of pricing in the sight of the wondrous sister, and when possible, first consume voracious cave crawler and lobster, and white mullet beer, and buckwheat flour, and absolutely hates lizards. Well, that last opinion is just wrong. We have a pet duckling named D-Duck. That's actually a really good name for a duck. I gotta say, that is a very, very good name for a duck. This is a very dwarfy dwarf. What you want about? Worships the god of death alongside of the religion of the Fellowship of Fate, and you have no kills or anything. Wearing elk-bird clothing. Very happy. Blissful. You don't have a bedroom yet. I need to make more. Deduct, deduct. Yes. Do not deduct, though, because that would be very mean to deduct. Not to be confused with B-Duck, who's the second duck. Speaking of deduct. Cool. Now the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna read all the names of the dwarves that are in the fort. We're sticking with the channel points redemption stuff. So the named dwarves in the fort are Bonesaw, Zwari, Knickers, Ash, Lyagushka. I'm not under names right now. There we go. Anatar, Antronarch, Ashatolan, Bonesaw, Laya, Knickers, Are You Serious? Stingray, True Freak, Wet Pet, Walnut, and Zwari. Now, we did lose some dwarves in this fort previously, and they died defending the fortress from cave creatures up here. We do need to avenge them. When you subtract deduct from ducks, then you get the deduction of deduct. And I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm going to stop talking now. This is the fortress currently. We are pretty deep in the caverns, as you may have noticed. We are playing on an untamed wilds biome. We are focusing on prisons and I guess military, because things are going to get bad pretty soon. My previous fort was the one that we were just reading oh, actually, Elfie, do you have the ability to disable stuff in the moderator screen because you use the mod screen? If you do, can you please disable and refund the save the game streamer? The reason I need you to do that is because DF Hack hasn't updated to this version and I can't actually quick save. So if you could do that, that would be great, because currently I can't actually do that. Otherwise, I will go do it. So sorry about that, but I can't actually quick save currently. And I'm not going to be quick saving and unquick saving. So the kind of rule of this fort is I have a sheriff, hammerer, and basically I'm keeping all nobles active at all times. Except for, like, the militia captains and the ones that just stack infinitely. So I have a sheriff, I have a hammerer, and as soon as we have enough dwarves, I will have a captain of the guard, dungeon keeper, and a hammerer. And they all have full offices, and I'm building steel chains and slowly building up a maximum security 5-star prison to build around. Yeah. And that is the plan for this fort. The other thing is it's a cavern fort, so we are having to defend from cavern creatures. There are cave swallow people, which I'm kind of pissed about. I didn't want cave swallow people. I wanted, like, ant people or anything else than the cave, than things that can fly, basically. But we have things that can fly, so I'm just, I guess, sad. So currently we are sealed inside because there are a bunch outside, and because my faction is in a state of decay, I wasn't getting any migrants. So we're on year 3, and I have 35 dwarves. We had 17 up until the migrant wave I got us 2 seasons ago. So cross your fingers, hope for migrants, and worst case scenario, this fort won't last very long. Where I had ant people, most of them were just wielding shields. Yeah, no, ant people are fun because they can have 2 shields. Oh yeah, you can't do it. Can you refund it? I'll pause it. I will pause it. Then. There we go. Save game streamer is now paused. And yeah, so we can't refund it then. Nameless, I'll give you a bonus dwarf as an apology. What dwarf do you want? Because we've got more dwarves that we can name. Yeah, because it skips the queue. What dwarf do you want? What kind of dwarf do you want it? You've been generating 500,000-year-old worlds these past couple of days. Are you generating them on the experimental branch or the current branch? But Necromancer Decay is just a thing that happens. You want the Wrestler? Kogan down here with the axe? They're going to all become axe dwarves. Just a heads up. You're a member of the Manners of Loving, by the way. He presents himself modestly and only frowns on any flashy accoutrements. He is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Refuses to expend any extra effort, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He does not go out of his way to help others and isn't given to flights of fancy. He is quick to anger and he tries to do things correctly each time. He tends to be passive in discussions and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to spread this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He often feels discouraged and he tends to assume that the worst of two welcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and he tends to think before acting. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. And he chews his lips when he's angry. He whispers when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees war as a useful means to an end, finds nature somewhat disturbing, and finds friendship burdensome. He likes kilonite, sterling silver, living opal, weapons racks, crowns, toy axes, flying squirrels for their large eyes, and the sound of the velvety satins, and when possible prefers to consume hore marmot, giant one-humped camel cheese, and sunshine. And capers and absolutely hates bark scorpions. And you ate a meal and you are content about this. You're a member of the cult of ghosts. You only have passing acquaintances. And also, Walnut, our sheriff here, got promoted to sheriff after witnessing the entirety of our military die. She was the only survivor of our attempt to fight back the Cave Swallow people during their assault, and has been going through mass PTSD ever since, is constantly reliving past traumas. However, is currently enjoying a current, very happy new career of performing in the tavern. So, is constantly telling stories and such. And if I check here, what story is you tell? You are telling the story of how the growth of reputations defeated the Emerald Irons. Oh, you're talking about old battles at Dreamy Attics. So, something that I kind of want to do with this fortress is mayors in Dwarf Fortress end up constantly being the same dwarf. I'm going to replace the sheriff every 2 years or so, is something I would like to do. So we're gonna swap. We're gonna actually have like in-chat elections for the sheriff, or I guess soon to be captain of the guard, is something I would really like to do, because I think that would be a little bit of fun. Something else that we're currently working on is we are going down to here, and down here we are digging out what is going to be a glass industry and a metals industry, although I need to be very careful because I don't want to accidentally dig into the fun tube. So this is going to be a metals industry as well as a glass industry. These are the tombs over here for the dwarves that died. Once I get their bodies, they will fill up. This is for Logum, this is for Slippery John, and this is for Napalm Sideburns, who all died in battle against the birds. Sheriff is pre-captain of the guard, yes. Sheriff, you get sheriff right off the bat. And once you get a mayor, you get captain of the guard. I honestly, I confuse them all the time. How do I know the fun tube is there? Because it's right here. I can see it. So I don't want to act... See? It's right here. Obsidian wall. Because I can literally see it. It's right there. I'm just going to not dig into this. Because it kind of stands out. I mean, look, it's literally just like obsidian wall covered in gems. Yeah, there we go. Sorted, found it. Get rid of that wall. Fun tube, yeah. It's you dig into the fun tube and you find fun. It's pretty straightforward. Really. It's where the fun comes from. It's where the fun comes from. So it's where you find fun. The mythical fun that people speak of when discussing the existence of a dwarf fort. So I'm trying to figure out... I'm going to be unnecessarily fancy. When I do this. It's going to take a lot of extra resources, Benny. Whatever. Faction is dying anyways. Might as well have fun while I do it. There's an ad break in process. Okay. It's okay. All I'm really doing is digging currently. Because I need a lava reservoir. So I'm just going to channel this down one layer so it doesn't cancel constantly. Because channeling down doesn't actually... can't cause heat cancellations. So I'm going to channel down into all of this, which should avoid all of the lava. And then once that's done... Oh no! I think Walnut's Billy Goat just died. Like those inside-out Pockies. A fun tube? I don't know what an inside-out Pocky is. I've released Circus like day 12 before. I did it accidentally when trying to start the Halloween fort. I was digging around this layer in the lava and wasn't really paying attention and talking to chat, and then suddenly it released a demon and just killed I had like 12 dwarves or something. It's pretty funny. I got a good laugh out of it. It's like a Pocky stick with a chocolate inside. Huh. I mean, I can imagine it, but that's different. I didn't know they made those. But yeah, pretty much late game stuff. Which I don't really have much intention on doing at all in this world, by the way. The digging too deep stuff. I'm also going to make a little minecart route that's going to go from around here down into there. So let's queue that up. Is there a way to modify the raws to make it so necromancers have an extended lifespan instead of being immortals? I'm not the person to ask that because I don't know anything about modding the game. I'm sure somebody could tell you that. But I wouldn't be the person to ask. It's because I know very little about modding this game. I know surface knowledge, but that's about it. Post-apocalyptic world where necromancers have taken over. Most of it are usually really fun in adventure mode. I mean, they can be really fun in general. They're just not very good for, like, alive factions, if that makes any sense. No, actually, let's go back up to here. Make this a little bit more consistent in size. And you might be asking, why aren't you just going straight down? And it's because I want to have a little bit more control over the direction. Also, this is a problem that I hadn't thought about. I have to get over to here, basically. There we go. That'll pop us down right here. Sweet. You don't know if there's a syndrome that extends life instead? Yeah, I don't know enough about how that stuff works to be able to say one way or another. It's going to take them a little bit to dig that stuff out because they're digging out this area now, but that's okay. I can slow this down by doing this. Actually, let's just do this. Cut this in half. Can mine this on higher priority, though. Is he making a pump stack for lava? No, I am making a minecart route to transport metal down, is what I'm doing. It's going to be a pushed minecart route. That's going to come from roughly here, probably. Somewhere around here. Actually, maybe up here even. But it's going to be a minecart route that's going to go down, basically. And there's currently a dwarf digging it. You love building in and around caverns? Yeah, it's very satisfying. I might actually leave the top sealed. Not really expecting to suddenly get surprise attacked by the elves, but it is a threat. Also, the nice thing about this is it's going to be entirely on stone, so I don't need to worry about making constructed tracks. I can use non-constructed tracks, which is good. I'll say glass half empty. Hope you're doing well. Draken Soul as well. And Silver Sheen. Merlin buff. Call me Ishmael. Also Blackthorn and Awesome Shenanigans and Black Flag and JJ on the YouTube side of things. Sen, hello. I feel like I haven't said hi to many people today, so kind of catching up a little bit. But yeah, building in and around the caverns is it's a satisfying thing to do. I greatly enjoy it. So I'm going to have to figure out... I guess I'll let the lava in on this side, because I could channel down here. In fact, I think I'll let the lava in from right here. I'll put a Gabbro floodgate, maybe drawbridge, like right here. So the lava inflow can come from here. And I can channel it down from up here. That'll do it safely. Although I'm going to have to click this a couple times because they're going to cancel it. Oof. Any kind of prescription meds withdrawal is not fun. Oh, you just forgot to take them? So it's not like you're out or anything, so you do have more. Well, that's good. Okay, so I'm gonna need... I'm gonna alternate these with quartzite. Or am I making blocks right now? I am. Okay. But this is gonna take a minute for me to build. I think I'll make the floors in here out of quartzite, and I will make the... I will make something else out of kimberlite up here, but this is gonna take a little bit to construct, unfortunately. I guess probably the smartest thing I can do here is just get everything set up and wait. And I'm also going to make some rock mechanisms. need them to be made out of gabbro. The era that we're in. So one thing that actually concerns me about my doctor is my doctor is he's very quick to recommend antidepressants, and I'm on a couple different types of pills. I don't want to be on antidepressants. All right. Why am I using a floodgate and not a bridge? I'm using a bridge. But I guess the question is, why am I using a bridge and not a floodgate? The reason is floodgates can get boulders stuck in them. Bridges can't. I'm going to be channeling this down to let the lava in. There is a chance channeling this down could create a boulder. Channeling this down, if it creates a boulder, could cause it to flow into where a floodgate is. And then I can't close the floodgate, which is a risk that I am not willing to take. Boulder's Gate. Yes, it's a very Boulder's choice. It's the Boulder's choice. I give up. You're on just enough nightmares to keep them away. Yeah. Okay, so this fort is very small. I will do my damnedest to keep it alive. But if I can't, it just kind of is what it is. We do have a couple of visitors, and they're all pretty sus. But the problem is, there's nothing I can really do about them. Because nobody's committed any crimes in my fort yet. So because nobody's committed any crimes, I can't interrogate them. I've got so many visitors that are just like self-described as criminals. It's kind of silly, actually. The blue one's pretty sus. Let me look and see if I have any others right now. Okay, so it's just the blue one right now. But actually, yay! Putnam fixed this button. Thanks, Putnam. Telenartho would like a dwarf. If Kavish is available, you'll take him. You mean the chief medical dwarf? Because this is a she. I don't know who Kavish is that you're referring to. Because if you're talking about the Kavish who's related to you, as in married to you, that's not a permanent resident. That's the outpost liaison. So I don't have control over that person. Just because he's blue? He's blue because he's a zombie. What would I do to him? If he's committing crimes or actively trying to commit crimes, I would put him in prison. For committing crimes, obviously. Yeah, so I have no control over Kavish. Also, Telenartho is still alive, as far as I know. Never mind. Doesn't look like Telenartho's still alive. So you can just have a dwarf if you like. But there are no dwarves in the fort that have relation to you. You want to be the Lady Chief Medical Kavish? Okay. Densalv is actually a really good name for a doctor. She's very impolite and inconsiderate of property, lacks any confidence in her abilities, and is quick to form negative views about things. Like me. Has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, as a calm demeanor, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Does not fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Is occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold phrase and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally likes kilonite, lead, and bone opal, clear glass, and hoary marmot leather, loon parchment, and the color emerald, spears, and large gems. The words of the wild fell, and the sound of the brew of dusks, and the sight of the wondrous cistern when possible prefers to consume giant grackle and wine. You know, honestly, I respect it. Giant bird wing and a glass of wine. And alpaca's milk for dessert. And hates mussels. Am I taking Dwarf requests? Only if you get the redemption. That's how we're doing that. Although I'm going to take a urination break request, so I will be right back. You seem to have bled under your thumbnail. That's unpleasant. Also, something that's worth noting. If you are streaming DF, actually, I'm just gonna go do this right now. See this ambience volume thing right here and sound effects? Turn ambience down. That is like the little background sounds that you hear. And the reason you should do that is there's somebody who once told me that the world was going to roll me. But even though I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed, I do know a thing or two. And somebody told me that there is a person going around who has used either the same sounds or a sound that is in Dwarf Fortress in a piece of music, and is Content ID claiming streams and VODs and videos and YouTube videos that are using that sound. Even though, as far as I can tell, they don't have the right to do that. So if you are making content about Dwarf Fortress and posting it on the internet, turn that slider down a lot, because those sounds are pretty quiet anyway, and it's pretty unlikely that it'll get picked up. And do that for the next couple of days. Currently, Kit Fox is trying to get that person's video removed and is reaching out to them. So, to tell them to fucking stop. Just something I wanted to mention. Not that I'm actually concerned about it happening, because not a single one of my videos have been hit. But there's a couple. I've seen reports of people who have been. So, but I also keep my music and sound volume way below my voice. Which sound is it? Here, I'll just link the video. Just give me a second. I will scroll up on YouTube, on the Discord real quick. So I just gotta say, I'm going to link the track. Do not troll this person, okay? Just be logical adults. If you want to listen to it just for reference, it's around the middle of it. Also stick it on YouTube for anybody who's curious. But like I said, just don't be dicks. Wow, it has 27 views. That's hysterical. I am going to leave a dislike on it, though. It's a 1-minute song. Yup. I legally have to say that. Whiz of God. Don't be assholes to this person. You can like or dislike it if you want. I don't care. But just don't be an asshole to the person. It's being dealt with. Because just being an asshole doesn't help anybody. Well, the thing is, I don't actually know this for certain. I don't know if that sound is a unique sound in DF, or if it's a sound that Dabu used from a library. That's the thing. It's probably accidental. Who knows? Right? I mean, it's a sound that Dabu put into the game. So I haven't spoke with Kit Fox directly about, or I haven't gotten a response from Kit Fox directly about this. It could be either. You bet it's an AI-generated track. For whatever it's worth, that shit hadn't taken off really at all, and sucked while the music was being composed. And as far as I know, most of the music was composed for Dwarf Fortress by the end. Oh wait, are you suggesting that the video that's content IDing it is an AI generated track? Is that what you're suggesting? Okay, well, maybe, I don't know. Just ripping sounds from the internet. Who cares? At the end of the day. Who cares if a person did it or if a person made a computer do it? Like, it's content ID striking things. We did get some migrants, which is good. We're not doing a naming fest, though, so don't get too excited. Personally, believes that war is preferable to peace in general, values decorum and dignity and proper behavior. He's tempted to overindulge, he's prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He's a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and doesn't cling to tumult, doesn't cling to things even if he doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord. He tends to be swayed by emotional it's okay. He's conflicted by this. I'm gonna put this dwarf into a new squad because this squad is full and I need some Marks dwarves. So I'm just going to make a new squad, which isn't going to take this dwarf, actually. This dwarf is going to be removed from this job in a second. Besmer is the name of this dwarf. So Besmer, yay for new search functionalities. Great. Guess you're at the bottom, yep. Okay, so this squad is going to get a new equipment. It's going to be a... I think I'm actually just going to go super simple with it. I'm going to give them shields or bucklers and crossbows. And, I want to give them some headwear. Kind of want to just say hoods, but let's say helms. Because ideally, they will just be behind a wall. I like how we just doubled the views on that video, though. That part is kind of funny. Okay, so this is just going to be called crossbows. And uniform worn over clothing, yeah, that's fine. Materials doesn't matter. And you are going to have, wait, what? Did I not save it? Helms. Shields and bucklers. Crossbows. Save and confirm, there you go. And now you can have that. Done. And keep my faction from dying. Add that to the list, Elfie. We got a peasant. I'm kind of surprised I haven't had a temple demanded yet. I think we're going to get that soon. His life is unfair and doesn't mind it that way? Okay. Doesn't handle stress well. Well. I should really just... Maybe down by the forges? Or by the prisons? Chat, what should I make? A weaponsmith's guild or a glassmaker's guild? What would you like to see more? Doesn't often feel lustful. That are dwarves that already have... Oh. That's interesting. A married clerk is a former member of the Roof of Rivers. I keep thinking that the Roof of Rivers is like where I used to be, but it's not. It's the Dutiful Boulders. Where's the Roof of Rivers? Young Handles. Superior Rack. Like is it one of these ones way up here? Maybe? West Doctrine. The Machine of Blocking. That's a good name. It's just me on Twitter. Block, 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 block. All right, well, I don't know where that is, but... Because I think I'm going to do both. It's just a matter of which one do I do first. I'm seeing quite a few glass statements, so guess we'll start off with a Glassmakers Guild. This is a slow, lazy dwarf. Finds nature disturbing. I mean, who doesn't, really? Whenever I read a dwarf finds nature disturbing, it always makes me think of, and now I'm blanking on his name, the German filmmaker who just makes films about how horrible nature is, who I love. And I can never remember his name when I want to remember it. Werner Herzog, yes. I always think of Werner Herzog. It's like, nature is disturbing. Werner Herzog's voice echoes through my brain. It's like, they're all dead. I need to watch awards. I need to watch one of his films again. It's been a while. Greedy Streak, current activity. You and your husband. You are a mace dwarf, though. Personally values romance. All right. Well, I'm going to put you and your husband into the crossbow dwarf squad. Oh, look at that. You actually... Okay, never mind. Dishmab is actually competent. Etor, though, does have some shield skills. What was your husband's name? Zuntir. Zuntir, you two can both join the crossbow dwarf squads. I have to make some leather stuff for them. Oh, look at you. You're also a competent armor user. Where'd you come from? Her husband's Ral, who's a glassmaker, probably a future teacher. Avoids fights. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily matter if they're going into the crossbow dwarf squads, though, right? She does respect martial prowess, which is something that you need. Doesn't easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She's rarely happy or enthusiastic. She's trusting. She has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, which just means she runs away, which actually isn't that bad. So you know what? I will also chuck you into the squaddies or the Marks dwarves. Because like I said, it's not that big of a deal when they're a Marks dwarf. That's more like a melee dwarf problem. As long as they have martial prowess, they're generally okay. It was in The Mandalorian. I had no idea about that. How do you trade animals? You put them into a cage and then sell the cage, is how you trade animals. There's also a person has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and values perseverance. You're going to hate it here. Or novice mace dwarf. Not creative, clumsy, easily stressed. I will leave you out of the military. Hey, look, a bunny. Well, Ral the Glassmaker clearly comes with a de-stressing bunny, so that's good. Yushri the Crafts Dwarf's not careful with resources when working on projects. Oh, right, okay. Values tranquility and a peaceful day, naturally. Finds obligations confining. Is somewhat quarrelsome. Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feels. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and is generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. I think this may also be a fortress where I just make, like wrestler squads to just train people. Who doesn't? Dude, I could use an emotional support bunny in my life. Mako Darkfire, how you doing? You want to stop by and say hi? You're working today, so you can't stay long. The Hope New Fort is going great. Well, we've got some sad news from the faction, but aside from that, yeah, things are good. You just looked up Werner Herzog. That is sure a man that finds nature disturbing. Werner Herzog is the... He is the black metal of nature documentaries. Quick to form negative views about things. He's slow. I like that you're a siege operator, though. Only a novice, but... Got a gem setter. I'm just still sitting here hoping that people are going to migrate to my fort from the old fort, but they just haven't. I have brewed emotional support beans. Sorry, Bean. Also, if you've played or listened to the Risk of Rain soundtrack, there's a bunch of samples from Werner Herzog in there. Talking about birds being dead and stuff. Also, I'm in an ad break now. I mean, I'm just going through migrants, so it's not that much. Child. Oh, wow. Hold on. Is that the first kid in the fort? I think that might be the first kid in the fort. Yeah, that is the first child in the fortress. More like gurgling, like drowning bean noises, Elfie. Ground up drowning bean. Okay, maybe don't try and make that noise. That seems rough. Time to make toys then. Toy-y, I guess. Singular. Got a DM I gotta respond to. Okay. Since the ads are finishing, another way to describe Werner Herzog is the anti-David Attenborough. Is like my other way to describe him. It's like, if David Attenborough is like all positivity and like hopefulness, Werner Herzog is like, we're all fucked. It's like British optimism versus German pessimism. Use the Risk of Rain 2 soundtrack during one of your D&D campaign and it made your table cry. Oh. What song? Or actually, what part of the soundtrack did you use that made your table cry? I think I will just simply start this minecart route right here. Go all the way down. All the way down to the end spot. Right there. Walking up to a big bad, gotcha. Oh, that's kind of cool. I've got a petition! Ah, called it. The Cult of Ghosts. The location must be built and furnished. The new position appointed by you. So chat room, the Cult of Ghosts worships the god of the dead, which is a very fitting god for this faction, the more that I think about it. I should put it right next to, like, in the lava layer right next to the coffins, shouldn't I? That is absolutely where I should put it. Like, I should put it right here. Is absolutely where I should put it. Because it would make my tomb nicer. The question is, do I build it up here one layer? I think it needs to go. It needs to go next to the lava. So I'm going to. This is my trash chute, so don't worry about that. But this right here is going to be the entryway to the temple. Temple is going to do this. And I think I will replace these with glass blocks. Or maybe glass windows eventually. But this is going to be extended along this way. In fact, I should probably extend it anyway. I mean, I have I have both Risk of Rain and Risk of Rain Returns soundtracks on record. I also have Risk of Rain 2 and its soundtrack as well. I think they all sound wonderful. Absolutely fantastic albums. I very much agree with that one Steam review. Risk of Rain 2 is, holy shit, a new Chris album dropped. Because, like, he's up there with Ben Prunty, where, like, if he puts up, if Risk of Rain comes out, I will buy the album. Because it's too good. That just looks like a nipple. Let's get rid of that. For adventure mode stuff, Bright You? Yeah, me too. I need to check animals. Bunny needs to go there. Emotional is support bun. Animal has grown to become a yak cow. I also probably need to assign more farmers. I currently only have 2. And it's a good job for unemployed dwarves. I will give that to any peasants I see. Also give that to you and you. Because farmers are a pretty specific and also very important job in this fort. And but also, currently this is my only temple. So if you see dwarves hanging out in my seed room, that's why. It's the only temple. I should probably improve that a wee bit, but we'll get there. I'm just making very basic bedrooms currently. For the new additions to the fort. Oopsies, did I not confirm those? There we go. You go there. Let's get Laya in there. The reason I do these manually is so that I have an idea of how many more bedrooms I need to make, and looks like it's quite a few. Toulon the messenger needs one. Actually, did Toulon already have one? Or did I just give Toulon a second one? Okay, now you have you now have your bedrooms. All right, the other thing that I need to do is I really need rocks getting made faster, and I actually have dwarves now, so I'm gonna make a few more stoneworkers shops. What are these made out of? Gabbro? Okay. Gotta go for now, Lat? Gotcha. Might come back in a couple hours. Gotcha. Today's going to be shorter than a normal stream, which is why I went long yesterday, because I'm going to go see a show tonight. I'm going to go see 2 bands. I'm going to go see Fit for a King, who's opening, and The Devil Wears Prada, which is... I'm not certain I'm going to like that show, but I'm going to go see them anyway, because Fit for a King is opening, and I do like Fit for a King, so... I'm just throwing some more beds in here because I need this dormitory to not be a mini-tory. Do trees regrow? They grow automatically, yeah. In fact, if you actually look around, cavern trees operate the same way. You see this? This is a goblin cap trunk, right? These are young tower caps, and that's a young goblin cap. So that's a sapling. In a year or so, that'll just turn into a full-size tree. They're also on the surface, too. So if you mouse around, you'll start noticing saplings all over the place that are mini trees, basically. Okay, so how much steel do I have? Steel bars, 25. Okay. Military, what are we lacking currently? Look at my equipment. A lot of stuff. Okay, so let's make 3 steel battle axes. Make 15 steel shields, because, well, maybe not 15. Let's make 5 steel shields, 3 battle axes, 10 breastplates, 10 greaves, 10 helms, 10 gauntlets. And let's just do 10, 10, 5, 3. 10, 10, 5, 3. And let's also do pig iron bars, steel bars, smelt hematite. How much hematite do I have? 6. Okay, I will just queue that up as a repeating job then. I need to go mine more. I know there's tons more. It's very far away right now. And I haven't been doing it because just distance. I like their older stuff better, which is why I'm not certain I'm going to like that show. But, you know. They're just... I'll put it this way. There are certain bands that I will say, I don't know if I'm necessarily going to like the show. That doesn't mean I don't necessarily like their music. Like, I like some of the Devil Wears Prada's music, but just, they're not a band I'm 100% positive I'm going to enjoy the show for. As an example, I like some Suicidal Tendencies. Awful show. Not that their show was bad. The crowd was just extraordinarily unpleasant. Not people I would want to be around. Not a crowd I would want to be around for an extended period of time. So we left very early and went and got burgers and beer. And it was a good time. We're striking almondines? Where did I strike the almondines? Oh, on the way down while mining that out. That's kind of neat. And someone from chat is going to go see them on Saturday as well in Seattle, which is kind of funny. So if you're in Seattle, you can see them on Saturday. Really? I've never seen Deftones. I'm not a fan of the Deftones. I don't really care for them. But I've never heard that they're bad live. That's interesting. I just know that the one guy from the Deftones is an asshole. That's all I know about the Deftones, really. And then I've heard a lot of their music unintentionally. They're one of those bands that I never really listened to. And then one day I just kind of sat down. I was like, oh, I know this one. I know this one. I know this one. I know this one. Ah, okay. I know this one. I know this one. Oh, hey, shit. I know this one. Weird. God, I know this one. Huh. I also know this one. And it just kind of continues. Just need to wait a minute for some more holders. To be like bedrooms. They are like bedrooms? What do you mean? So bedrooms, for the multi-zones to work, you need a bed and a door. For tombs, for multi-zones to work, you need walls and a door. You click, you hit tomb, multi, click, drag. They work exactly the same way as bedrooms. So I'm not sure what you mean by fix. What would you like to be changed with them? Whoa! This dwarf just puked. Someone's drank too much, I think. Tavern keeper must be doing their job well. Who ironically is also the captain of the guard. Oh, so what you want is so you don't want it to work like bedrooms. You want it to work like dorms. Okay. Well, that's not fixing. That's a completely different thing. Tarn has mentioned that he wants to make a zone for crypts, yes, but this is yet another feature that is locked behind. They need to finish getting the whole game into the game first thing. Since I'm assuming you're a DF hack file, if you go to DF hack and you type in burial-c, you're welcome. Burial space -c. You're welcome. But no, they need a door to work the same way bedrooms do. Or alternatively, the way I'm doing them down here, which is here, which is just putting them on a lower layer, although the wall's missing right now. When the wall's there, I can just click drag. And Metallica, that's the weirdest way to spell Linkin Park I've ever seen. Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit, Deftones, and 9, and you can't remember. I'm so sorry you had to see Metallica. I pity anybody who has to see that band. Having seen them, very much pity anyone who has to see them. One of the most embarrassing excuses for metal I've ever seen in my life. feel so dumb for not trying a door, which is why I was slightly confused when you were talking about fixing them. I was like, wait, hold on. What's wrong with them now? I put on decent shows, but you prefer Godsmack. My favorite factoid about Godsmack is, you know what they've been doing for the last, like, 20 years? Not quite 20 years. You know what they've been doing for, like, the last 8 years or something? I don't know if they're still doing this, but because the last time I looked into them was 2009. They're literally, like, traveling around and teaching band class at high schools. Fucking, I want to go to high school in America so that I can have Godsmack teach my band class, man. Like, weirdly jealous about this. Imagine a world where they didn't take down Napster. I would argue that would be a better world than a world where Spotify took over. It's also got nothing to do with them taking down Napster. Metallica puts on a fine light show, but as a performance band, they're... Ooh, I'm gonna say some things. Chad, are you ready for some hot takes about the band Metallica? Music's fucking boring. Old shit's better. New stuff's overproduced. The releases they put out now are overproduced and loud as fuck, and you can't hear any of the details. The only good Metallica recording I own is on cassette because it's pre-loudness wars. And their vocalist's a fucking dickwad who thinks he's a goddamn god. And so instead of, like, you know, playing music on stage, they're practically masturbating over how amazing they feel that they are. And it's like, mate, I've seen better performance bands that cost $5 to see at a bar. Because that's how I felt when I saw them, because I saw them a couple years ago before shows caught up a little bit to money and, like, the world ended and pandemic and all that shit and stuff got expensive. Before this happened, I could go see I saw a local band, Ninja Spy, for a $5 cover at a bar. They give System of a Down run for their money. If I'm gonna go see a bunch of frat boys perform on stage, I might as well at the very least pay for, like, a cheaper show. And I say this as somebody who really likes the Black Album and Ride the Lightning. Master Puppets is okay. It's all right. And no, I didn't steal their music on Napster, but I did steal it on LimeWire. I'm too young for Napster. Napster was gone by the time my parents let me on the internet, okay? You were down for Metallica but hate SO80. That's fine. Lots of people hate things. You are allowed to hate things. I think Metallica is one of the most overrated pieces of hot fucking garbage on earth. Nothing cruel about making glass coffins. In fact, if anything, they're higher value than not glass coffins. So I'm going to make floors here out of gabbro. Boulders, because I need to get these boulders out of here, and I don't want to leave them down here. See, that's the beautiful thing about opinions and takes, right? Having seen Metallica live and owning multiple copies of their music, I can say I do not like them as a band. You are allowed to say that you do not like music I like. And that's okay, we can still be friends. It's called being an adult. You want to know why Rammstein gets away with repeating the same 6-word sentence over and over and over and over and over and over and over again? Especially as somebody who can understand German. It's because they're industrial. That is what industrial is. They're pretty poppy industrial, but they're still industrial. If you don't like industrial, that's okay. You know, it's really funny because every single time I've seen Lamb of God, they've been better than the band they were opening for. It's just like when I saw Metallica and Gojira opened. God, that show felt backwards, actually. That is the best way I can describe seeing Metallica, because it was Gojira, Avenged Sevenfold, Metallica, which was like an incredible set. Like, fucking phenomenal. Gojira was amazing. But, like, the volume was weirdly low and part of the crowd was booing. Which was, like, kind of maddening. Followed by an awful set by Avenged Sevenfold. Like, embarrassingly bad. But I'm not entirely sure if it was them just being bad or if it was the audio. It was just not a good set. And then Metallica was just boring. Like, it was fine. I mean, whatever. I've seen Cradle of Filth. That's a fun show. Aren't they splitting? Like, I'm pretty sure that band, that's one of those bands that's like done. My parents saw a show that I will be eternally jealous about. I feel very similarly about AC/DC as I do to Metallica. I feel like they should retire for whatever that's worth. But I like AC/DC songs as much as anybody. My parents saw AC/DC open for the Police, which is absurd to me. Wonder how much crossover there is between Dwarf Fortress and Metalheads. I'd say it's probably similar to the crossover between Dwarf Fortress fans and Linux heads. What was even better about the Police and like AC/DC show is nobody had heard of AC/DC. I mean like current era, that would be like I can't even like think of like an accurate analogy. I was gonna say like some math rock band opening for like Imagine Dragons, but I feel bad comparing the Police to Imagine Dragons because I do actually like the Police. Say what you want about Sting, but like he's actually got talent, even though he's just a really weird dude. It's not like that was ever a secret. I mean, just listen to Mother. You know, I do actually like the Killers. But I have a take about the Killers that I like to say sometimes, which has gotten some very funny responses from people. To me, the Killers are dad rock for millennials. Ever seen Skinny Puppy? Unfortunately, no. No, I have not. I have seen Frontline Assembly, though. Here again, well done. Clap. Lucky Soft used to be rich. Congratulations, Ming. One of those stress-relieving bunnies has grown up. No, Mother by the Police, not Danzig. Speaking of weird people, Danzig, that's another music thing I will never fully get. I will never fully understand the infatuation some people have with the Misfits. But I completely just acknowledge it's just not for me thing. I'm not going to go saying they're bad, because I don't think they're bad. I don't particularly like them. It's just not for me. I like some Danzig songs. It's the Misfits specifically that make me kind of go, huh? Why? I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, I guess for me with the Misfits is I can never figure out if the Misfits are a band that people like, or if they're a fashion brand with a logo that people like. I can't figure it out. Like, it's sort of like the people who still wear Nirvana shirts. It's like, okay, so do you like Nirvana, or did you buy that at Hot Topic? I don't actually know. It's both. Yeah, which is why it's like, I guess kind of one of those things where I just look at it and go, huh? You know the Killers are Mormon? Doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Generally, when it comes to musicians, unless they're preachy as fuck, I don't really care what you are. Unless you're, like, actually part of, like, Scientology or, like, a cult that bankrupts people. I don't care. And if you're a death metal band or a black metal band and you are in an active suicide cult or a death cult or, like, a weird sex cult, that's probably even a plus. Assuming you're not, like, actively doing anything illegal. And in which case, you should probably go to prison. But, like, maybe still keep putting on music. It's very Mormon-y. Doesn't surprise me. I got that small dick energy and, like, not enough alcohol. So, that was, like, an unnecessary dig at Mormons. I'm sorry. Bring the whole aesthetic together. Yeah, I know. It's like part of the cosplay, you know? Speaking of, okay. I'm going to say this out loud. I will never show their music on stream or play anything that they've ever done live on stream. But if you want a weird cult band rabbit hole, do not do this on a work computer. Look up the band Rock Bitch. Maybe just find their Wikipedia page. Some of their songs are kind of bangers, but, like, most of them are pretty mid, so it's not even like their music's great or anything. Sounds like a fort name. Kind of does. It's like a... I'll give you the elevator pitch in a few words. They are a BDSM witch cult that started a punk rock band in the late 90s that toured for a couple years that were famous for having orgies in their tour bus after shows. Rock, carry that rock, bitch! That incorporated pagan sexual acts and pagan rituals into their performances. Yes. And they also literally lived in a compound. Their website is a trip. We have an artifact that just started. Thigh Cut the Gem Cutter's making it. Let's follow you. They're a pagan bisexual pagan witches. We'll just go with that. It's art. I mean, it's a rabbit hole. There's a lot of footage of their live performances on their website. Put it that way. Rough Almond Dimes is the only thing that they've grabbed, and you've begun your, so we're gonna get like a perfect gem or something. I haven't named them yet. So would you like me to save that until I've actually finished building the temple? Because I haven't, like, it's gonna be right here. It's from a big market and has big bands that come to them. We get a good number of big bands in Vancouver. I think it's mostly a, do you have an international airport? And also the local fan base that will go see them, because I'm pretty fortunate to live where I live in that instance. But I mean, the rent would be cheaper if I lived elsewhere, so as people love to point out. But when you live somewhere that has that kind of market, you do get bands. Although ironically, the vast majority of the shows I go to are not big bands. Vast majority of the shows I go to are very small bands. But you also kind of need to live in a place that gets big bands in order to get the small bands, right? It doesn't matter. If you want to sell your artifacts, you can. There's no negative impact on that. You need good venues too. Yeah, that as well. Like, getting big bands is great, but the last large band I saw was Iron Maiden. And that wasn't even that big of a show. Like, I mean, it was a stadium show, but... since I'm in an ad break at this exact moment, what I'll say is one of the funniest shows I ever saw is I saw they're technically a local band because they're from New West here, but they barely ever perform here. The thrash band Annihilator. And we saw them at a very small venue not very small. It's called the Rickshaw Theater. It's got like a capacity of 500, and it usually has about 200 people at shows. And I saw them the same night that Tool was in Vancouver. We didn't go see Tool because we didn't want to spend like $400 to go see Tool. So we went to go see Annihilator, which was $15. And it was very funny because very quickly into the show, they realized that nobody was going to show up because like Tool was playing, right? Rickshaw shows go until about midnight usually. Tool was playing at Rogers Arena and their show was done at 10. Annihilator came on at 9. And so they just started fucking around with the crowd. They were just like, oh, wow, I guess everybody's at Tool. Hey, well, crap. Anyway, and so it just turned into like a shit-talking fest between like the crowd and them and like sharing stories. And like their old producer who produced the first album was like at the show. Like he just showed up pretty early and was there. They called him on stage. They're like, holy shit, I haven't seen you in years. Called him on stage and like got him to do a song. And like it was like they got the owner of the venue to come out and like sing a song who's part of another band and like a bunch of other weird shit. And then fucking like 10:15 rolls around and like 80 people walk in the door from Tool, all in Tool shirts. He's just like, so that was Tool. Very funny. One of the greatest shows I ever saw. Certainly one of the most memorable shows I ever saw. I'm making a pedestal. We're going to put that gem from that artifact into there, with the God of Death. You live outside Seattle for a bit, and you saw more shows in those 18 months than you have in the 7 years since? Yep. No, I mean, I every time like somebody suggests I move somewhere else, one of the first things I actually end up looking into is usually just, all right, where is the nearest venue where I could get consistent shows? It's always one of the first things I look up. Perfect Almondine. Thigh-Cut the Gem Cutter has created Konol Slar Enkos Nalish, a perfect almondine, and offers it to the Crimson Will of Smiths. Yeah, no, during my peak with metal shows, I was going to, like, give or take, 2 to 4 shows a month, maybe more. Probably 4 hours away. Yikes. Couldn't do it. Perfect Almondine. All craft store ships of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of marquee cut almondines. So that, I also need to check the Goblin Holy Line has shared. I love how many rumors we're getting. It's like my favorite type of fortress is when you just get rumors constantly. So I need that pedestal I just made. And I'm going to make rock statue. We'll just make 10 of them. Oh, duh, that's stone type. We're going to make these out of, let's say quartzite. We'll make them pink, and it's going to be an image of our queen. Yeah, I saw that poster recently. They're not coming up to Canada at all, and I'm not going to get on a plane to go see Powerwolf. I like Powerwolf. I don't like Powerwolf that much. But it's cool that they're touring still. As long as power metal shows don't have, like, aren't like 80% backing track, they're generally pretty good. Darius, thanks for the bits. The $1.80. Appreciate you. Who is the new monarch? It is a king. And it is a king named Labash. Kira Nineth. Oh, sorry. Never mind. I no longer have the king. The king is dead. Rest in peace, the king. we now have a queen, actually. So there's that. There's got to be wars going on. So I'm assuming that the rumors that they're sharing are probably about down here, yeah. Yeah, so all my visitors are from this part of the world, down here. And so I'm constantly getting rumors of, like, this is a necromancer invading. It's goblin. Oh, no, it's a... Wait, hold on. Is it a goblin fortress invading a goblin fortress? Yeah. Huh. Dark goblins are fighting with dark goblins. We got inter-goblin warfare. Goblins attacking and raiding dwarven hillixes. It's a human location that's been taken over by goblins. Human towns being attacked by goblins. No, it's not. I don't think it's a civil war. I mean, this is... The Routed Poisons is this faction. This is the Barricaded Ghoul. Yeah, so it's two different goblin factions fighting. So this is the Barricaded Ghoul, which is one goblin faction, and this is the Routed Poisons. Is Dark Plagueis the Y still Overlord? From when I checked, yes, which was when I hovered my mouse over there. So yeah, yes, they're still Overlord. That's the way I should answer that question. Dwarves are here to trade again. I want to say that they wanted footwear. I'm just going to hotkey this layer right here. Let's go F7. This right here is going to be a temple, which is going to go to the Cult of Ghosts. 11 worshippers. Should I allow visitors for this? What do you think, chat? Where two enemy civilizations had monarchs that were lovers and a child. Oh, wow. Thoughts on Gloryhammer? Meh. Which is, honestly, my response to almost any power metal is meh. With a few exceptions. I'm not a big power metal guy. I like Dragon Force. Mostly because I've liked Dragon Force my whole life. Although they're speed metal, so not technically power metal. I like Sabaton. And I like Tyr. Are kind of the 3 power metal bands that I like. I'm not really a power metal person at all. I will occasionally listen to a power metal song and be like, heh! And that's about my takes on power metal. I do enjoy Ailstorm. And I've seen Ailstorm twice. But again, I don't really listen to them. I think my problem with power metal is I've been disappointed by enough power metal shows, and I'm tired of being disappointed by power metal shows. I like music, and I like live performances, and the problem with power metal is it's all, or a lot of it, is very synth-heavy and synth-focused. That doesn't do it for me, not in metal at least, and so they have to be incredible live for me to like them. And I find a lot of them disappoint me. How was Ailstorm live? Pretty great. I mean, they do have a backing track, but the nice thing about Ailstorm is they have a keyboardist. Like, as an example, I saw Beast in Black. That's the name of that band. I saw Beast in Black last year. We almost left early because it was so bad. Like, it was genuinely an awful performance. Like, it felt like a bunch of people on stage cosplaying as a rock band. Like, they had a guitarist that I'm pretty sure didn't actually play his guitar the entire set. Like, he was just standing there looking pretty and occasionally plucking one string. And it's like, that's not why I go to, like, if I wanted that kind of performance, I would go see pop music. And that's not why I like metal. I like metal as a show. Like, as an example of another band, of two other bands I don't listen to, but love because I will go see them every single time they are here, is Cannibal Corpse and Suffocation. I don't like that kind of music. I do not sit down and listen to Cannibal Corpse or Suffocation ever. Same with Cattle Decapitation. And also, like, Visceral Disgorge, and bands like that. I do not enjoy listening to that kind of music. I also, speaking of bad bands, Leaves' Eyes was really bad when I saw them once. Actually, Power Metal. I do like Unleash the Archers, but that's because they're like a local success story. I've seen Skeptic Flesh. As somebody who's seen a lot of metal shows, I remember not hating that show. Neutral response, because I know I've seen them. I don't have bad memories associated with seeing them. You'll enjoy it. So Holy Crypt is going to be Gertha. So I will... actually, Gertha, which dwarf on this list do you want? Since you picked it. You like some power metal bands, namely Blind Guardians, but one of the worst shows you've ever been to was a power metal show? Who was the rest of the bands at that show? Like, I've certainly seen good power metal bands, but my disappointment rate with power metal is higher than almost any other genre of metal. Waiting for a response from Gertha. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, though. Like, for me, power metal is almost more of a production type of music than a live performance music, and I like metal because it's a live performance type of music. So. All right, well, I will pick one and give it to Gertha. Chat room, which dwarf should I give to Gertha that isn't already named? So our options are Rimtar, Adil, Einod, or Thykot. Which one should I give the royal position to and then name after Gertha, who got the redemption 15 minutes ago? Competent Intimidator or Liar, one of those two, but that dwarf's in the military, so I think I'm one of these two, probably. Maybe Thykot the Gem Cutter. I don't want to take Einod out of the military, though. Iced Earth and Blind Guardian. I've seen Iced Earth. It's too good of a name. I'm gonna go with Adil. Who is satisfied due to the establishment in their sleep. Gertha is somewhat scatterbrained and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, is quick to form negative views about things, is slow to trust others, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He tends to think before acting. He is given to flights of fancy. He prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible and has a greedy streak and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He has a great sense of empathy and a good deal of patience. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday. Personally finds the idea of honesty. He personally is repelled by the idea of honesty and lies without compunction. Sounds like a priest. Views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important, respects power, and doesn't care about art one way or another. The Holy Crypt. Oh, I did. Snail Simulator. I'm just going to call you Snail. If I barely pay attention to your dwarves and only really know your Marin, May, or Captain, you love how each dwarf is individual, but when I have hundreds of dwarves, it's so hard to keep track of. When people ask me questions like this, I always say the same thing, which is, you've seen movies before, right? There's a couple snails around this chat, so it might get tricky, but yeah. You've seen a movie before, right? You know how movie, especially like, let's say fantasy film, so let's say The Chronicles of Narnia or The Lords of the Rings. It's an indie film. You may have heard of it. You have your band of main characters and then a billion people in the background. Find some main characters in your fortress, right? You know, you start with 7 dwarves. This is always an easy place to start. You start with 7 dwarves. Maybe your 7 dwarves are your starting main characters. So read your starting 7, get to know your starting 7 a little bit, and watch them as they evolve. Maybe your first migrant wave has 1 legendary dwarf. You pause the game, you retire the fort temporarily, and you read a little bit about their history, and then you continue playing. And you give them a nickname. And you pay attention to them. You follow them around. You watch as they evolve and move through different careers. You realize that they adopted a pet cat or got adopted by a cat at some point. Maybe they had a lover for a bit, and then the lover died, and then they became really sad, and you feel bad, so then you make them a nicer bedroom. That kind of thing. Like, don't worry about following every character, right? Like, there is piles of dwarves. Half of them are cannon fodder. Find some characters you consider to be a main character and focus on them. And that's generally how I find people tend to get the most enjoyment out of Dwarf Fortress. At least this side of it. I need to get these gems out of here, especially those sapphires. I also need to trade. Okay, let's sell all the crappy socks. Got a lot of shoes I can sell, because they wanted footwear, so I'm literally selling them, like, socks and shoes, basically. I'm just gonna do this. That's some great input. You definitely have a handful of main characters in your fort, and especially your captain, who's definitely a psychopath and enjoys beating criminals to death. There you go. So like, there's like immediately a main character. So maybe like, go to your militia captain, figure out who his 3 best friends are. You know, maybe he has a wife. Does he have a kid? Follow the kid. Is there a psychopath trait? No. But dwarves. The closest thing there is to a psychopath trait would be deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to their sadism. That's the closest we have to that. There is no, like, they could have, like, extremely low empathy, because, like, dwarves tend to have, like, medium low to medium high empathy. They don't really have the 0 empathy ability, at least not by default without modding your game. Whereas like humans can go lower, goblins can go lower, and other creatures can go lower on empathy. But a dwarf with a really low sense of empathy, who maybe has the more goblin tendency trait of being deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to their sadism, could act like a psychopath. But there is no psychopath identifier, I guess. And there is the possibility, and this doesn't happen often, I haven't seen it in a while, where if you have a really low empathy dwarf who really likes killing things, by that I mean is very good at it, likes the military a lot, likes martial prowess type deal, doesn't need social interaction, which is a lot of dice rolls to land on the right 20s. You can get dwarves, or not just dwarves, but characters in Dwarf Fortress that get the thought grim satisfaction, which is basically like you're so hardened from being in the military that you actually get enjoyment out of killing, which is really rare, but can happen. I was gonna queue something up, and now I forgot what it was, so it's fine. We'll wait for trading. I do need to make some more bedrooms, so hold on. I would just like to inform and remind everybody that FedEx is one of the most incompetently stupid, moronic companies I've ever had to deal with in my displeasure of existing. That is all. That and their website just like straight up doesn't work. They have X in their name? Uh-huh. Because all things that include the letter X are great, you know? Like Twitter. More like fed up with this shit. X. I'm actually doing something on stream real quick. Because I have to do this. So, I have a tracking number for a package for FedEx, right? I put the tracking number into their Pay Now website to pay duties because I do actually have to pay duties on a shipment that's trying to get delivered to my parents' house. It's the one they just emailed me 5 seconds ago, which is what that phone call was for. It was a notification that an email had been sent so I can pay it. I have it. I have the email and the tracking number. Type the tracking number into their website so that I can pay it. And it tells me it's not valid. So it gives me a phone number. If you call the phone number, they tell you, this is FedEx. Yes, okay. Is this a person? No, this is a robot. Ah, shit. And it's those awful, like, you have to talk at it and it hears keywords responses. That, like, I wish I could just push a number on a keyboard, but whatever. Punch the tracking number into it and it tells me that it's not valid. And then I say, well, can I figure out my package? And they say, we can't help you, and it hangs up. So I have absolutely no way of actually figuring out where this package is, aside from typing it in on the tracking website, which says it's delayed and it's in Richmond. Oh, you say agent, it hangs up on you. I shit you not, I tried that. I called them like 5 times the other day to try and get this package shipped. And this shit is psychotic. Anybody in chat works for FedEx? Can you please just go, like, slap your boss for me? Just no context, but don't do it if it'll get you fired. But, like, maybe just quit, actually. Like, if nobody worked there, maybe they would cease existing and life would be better. Wonderful. I might as well just give up on actually receiving this book that I'm trying to ship to myself because it's like fucking incompetent company. They're always hiring? I wonder why. Probably because their bosses and higher-ups keep getting slapped by their employees for being so incompetent. Picking up some more bedrooms. What's even funnier is, like, I contacted the people organized with the, like, who did the Kickstarter for the product I'm trying to get shipped to myself. By the way, I've rerouted it. It's not even being shipped to me anymore. It's being shipped to my parents. And what's hysterical is they agreed with me. like, I will reread their response. This was their response to me, because I reached out to them and let them know and asked them to reroute it to my parents' house so that there's a chance it might get delivered. And their statement is, Project Manager Glenn here, helping name of person running the Kickstarter out. FedEx Canada has delivered hundreds of our books successfully, but they appear to be slightly incompetent when anything is out of the ordinary. They had your phone number and should have called you, which they did, and I then responded and explained what happened. And he says, and it is absurd that no effort was made. And they could also contact our shipping warehouse and ask them for a new address. Which is it's like, yeah, no, they could call me. Like, a person could call me and say these fucking automated responses. All right, rant over. I just had to get that out of my system. I feel like yelling about FedEx is just like part of human existence now in the Western world. And if it's not FedEx, it's DHL. It's one of the two. Always one of the fucking two. TTY. Don't even know what that is. What's a TTY? Always hiring equals high turnover and bad management. They've gotten worse recently too, because up until recently, when stuff like this would happen, because I always had, I've never once had a successful first-time delivery package in this building from FedEx. And every single one of my neighbors agrees. They all have the same problem. It's just this building. And they used to phone me and say, hey, we can't get this package delivered. Like, a human would call me. And they would be like, would you like us to reroute it? What would you like us to do? It would always be a person. And in the last 6 months, people no longer call me from them, because I get stuff shipped to me from FedEx maybe once every, like, let's say every other month or so. Something will arrive from FedEx, either something from a random game developer or like something I've ordered. And now it's just robots. I think DHL Europe is competent. DHL here is hysterically terrible. Like, in Canada, DHL is bad. The only delivery companies that I'm not immediately annoyed or angry if I'm getting something delivered is Canada Post. They're slow, but stuff arrives. And UPS. The reason I don't mind UPS is because there's a UPS drop-off point that's 2 blocks from my apartment, and I literally just get an email saying, we failed to deliver your package and left it at the place 2 blocks from my apartment. I go, fuck yeah. I just walk down and get it. It's great. Okay, so I need brews. That's what I need. I need foods. The problem is I'm also very low on plant. Why? It's not brewing. Which means I need to manually gather some, because my population just spiked. Fortunately, we're underground, so there's plants everywhere. Sometimes Canada Post is incredibly fast, though. Like, I ordered something which shipped via Australian Post into Canada Post from Australia once, and it arrived in 6 days. Like, I ordered it on a Sunday, and it arrived on Friday. So, like, sometimes Canada Post is really fast. All right, so meets with our outpost liaison, Volbach. That's a new outpost liaison. I say, let's discuss your situation. And I'm actually going to request food and drink. Request cheese. A couple different kinds of cheese. Request, not cave fish. Not gonna worry about meats, because I'll bring those anyway. And I think that's just gonna be it. They want tanned hides and short swords. All right. Yeah, that's why I like Canada Post, because at least I know it'll get. I don't care about waiting for packages. I wait for records. I order records and sometimes have to wait like a month or two for shipping. I don't care about shipping times. It's like, this is a problem of the existence of Amazon that has made shipping awful, because people expect shipping to be extraordinarily fast. It's like, I don't need it to be fast. I just need it to arrive. Is the redeem off, or have you been missing it? You've been missing it. It was taken 32 minutes ago. Amethyst. I need to go top off my coffee because we're in an ad break. Oh, also, I should add, the reason this particular package is such a pain in the ass to get delivered and receive on my end is because there is an $8 import fee on it, which I can't pay through the website, which is also why they can't just put it at a drop-off point, because there's an $8 delivery fee on it, because it's imported good. So I have to pay duty on it. I really wish I could just like tape $8 cash in an envelope that just says for FedEx on the front of my building. But, and their website won't let me pay for it because their website is terrible. What the heck is this book? A book I kickstarted like 2 years ago. This. Yeah. And it's also, this website lags like crazy on my computer. My web browser doesn't like this 3D model. It is a complete history of keyboards. My computer just spun up to like highest speed. I don't know what they did with this website. Like, it looks really nice and it's a really good example of what the book is, but it is really, 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 really bad for my computer. But yeah, no. I mean, if they fail to deliver it again, I'm just not gonna get it because I'm not gonna pay for shipping a second time. Yeah, and it's I don't know, it's a subject that I'm interested in and a subject that I'm fascinated by, and it's a really, 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 really pretty looking book, and I would like it. But damn, some of these socks are expensive. Because, so this is, they specifically asked for footwear last time, so everything is worth double. So per shoe, they're spending like 101 Dwarf bucks. Hey, they brought me Pearl Ash. Good. Not much, but they did. So brought me a sterling silver bar, which I will gladly take. Brought me a cow and a reindeer cow. Yeah. I'll buy the ale. I'm basically gonna buy all of the barrels that I can. But yeah, it's also one of those books that like probably is only ever gonna get the Kickstarter release, so I would really like it. I'm also gonna buy the pig's milk and the beer. We'll probably buy their plants off them, actually. I may also buy their bags. White sand, white sand. Simple dye. Buy plump helmets. Just to restart my farming efforts right now. Just enough until I can no longer afford them and trade. Because they make for interesting artifacts. Oh yeah, no, like you can get some pretty cool alloys. All right, that's not bad. We'll roll with that. That's gonna increase my drink capacity and also get my seeds rebooted to a degree. Because, like, currently, nothing's getting planted. Which also probably just means I need more planters as well still, so that's fine. I will throw some more dwarves into planting. But yeah, I don't know. This might be the last thing I kickstart that's a physical item because I don't know what company they're going to use for shipping, right? And which really sucks because FedEx is calling me again. Is it the same robocall? Yes.
West Canada, calling about a shipment that requires the payment of duties, taxes, and other related fees. To help prevent delivery delays, pay the applicable charges before the scheduled delivery date.
I don't have a scheduled delivery date, by the way.
If you still require additional information, please email us at FedExCanada@FedEx.com.
I did email you.
1863.
The 1-800 number just gets you this voice, except she talks back to you, and that's it. If you email them, they are literally like, yeah, we can't help you. It's like, well, then why did you tell me to email you? I apologize for all the ranting. This is probably very unentertaining. Bad bed is what I need. Brain is going in the direction of anger. So many pooches? Not that many. They've been most of my, like, military defense. I do actually need to eat a bunch of them, though. Because a bunch of them have grown up. All these ones. Also eat one of the yaks, because I don't need that many. Canadians sound so cozy. That's not a Canadian. That's a robot. So it's not even a human's voice. No, so what they said was, we're sorry that you haven't been able to pay the package for the package, and then they gave me a link, which was linked with my tracking number because I have a tracking number. The website opens and it says, sorry, like you do not have the ability to pay for this product. Like literally, like they gave me the FedEx.pay now hyperlink basically to like pay for the tracking number, which links you to this, which you can type it in, which I did, and it errors. So it's like, well, what do you want me to do? Exactly then. So then I email them again, and I get the same response. And then I phone them, and I get a robot. That gives me the same response. I cannot call and get a human. They have no storefronts here. It's not like I could walk into a store and be like, hey, I'm trying. Like, UPS has, like, retail locations, so I could go to UPS, I could go to Purelator, I could go to DHL even, and talk to a person and figure it out. But FedEx doesn't have stores here. It's none that I'm aware of. The only location I'm aware of is their literal shipping center, which I can't get to because there's no bus access. So I would have to get my parents to drive me there. All the way out to fucking Richmond. Which I ain't gonna do. Or take an Uber, which I'm also not gonna do. It's like, awesome. Fantastic. Like, this used to be a solvable problem, and I've had this problem with them before. And it was solvable when I could call them and get a response from a person, and get the package delivered. But because I can no longer call them and get a person, which I'm just blaming fucking ChatGPT for, honestly, like, I don't know. So I guess I'm never getting that book. Unless they can figure out how to deliver it to my parents' house and my parents pay the shipping fee on it. So hopefully they try and deliver it to my parents' house when they're home, because I have redirected it to my parents' house. And they are aware that there is a duty on it that has to be paid, and I will pay them back. But, like, there's really nothing else I can do. So, I don't know. I'm just going kind of nuts, I guess. I'm going to go all the way up here, and I'm going to lock this door. And I'm going to use a garbage dump zone to get things out of there. Is there a web chat? Not that I've cared enough to look for. I'll be honest with you. I guarantee you their web chat is probably exactly the same as they're probably using the same fucking software for their voice chat. that you phone and call, which is like, great. As far as I'm concerned, there are no humans working at companies anymore. And yeah. Super frustrating is one way to put it, yes. If I sound super frustrated, it's because I am extremely frustrated. And this is something I've been fucking with for the last 2 weeks. So I do live in a city. I live in the middle of a downtown of a city. Person in my chat. No, in the YouTube chat. Ask the web chat to act as a stage play. Nah, I'm good. Like, honestly, at this point, if they can figure out how to deliver it to my parents without me paying for it in advance, because I can't, including like looking up forums and things of like other people having the same problem, and I couldn't find anybody who'd solved it. If I literally just can't solve it, I just won't get the book. I will live. But it is slightly maddening, and the book wasn't cheap, so, because it's like a 2-piece hardcover set. It was something I bought for myself. Oh boy, like around the time Dwarf Fortress was launching, and it was like me going, well, this will be a Christmas gift for myself next year. And then like they had shipping delays initially because they had problems with like their packaging delivery or whatever, and so it got delayed by like a month. And it was supposed to be delivered mid-January. I think FedEx needs to hire people to work in customer support. You could send a wire payment via my bank. That is assuming their tracking number works. I ain't just gonna send them money. Because, like, I can't confirm my tracking number on their website that they sent me. Nobody wants to work. It's not nobody wants to work. It's nobody wants to work for you. All companies need to rehire people. There's a regular at the bar that I go to who works in HR for the government of Canada who just got laid off. We're all fucked. That's all I have to say. And he works from home, or worked from home. Celestine. Which of my 2 gem cutters would you like? We have Sakzul and Thaikat. Oh, there's a gem cutter or a gem setter, actually. Sorry. My bad. Whichever has higher skill. The gem setter is legendary because they just made an artifact, I think. Yeah. Legendary gem setter, skilled gem cutter. The top one is a talented gem cutter. Okay, so you want the legendary one. Celestine. You're 60 nice years old. She rarely feels strong cravings or urges. She is always tense and jittery and acts with a narrow focus on the current activities, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Could be considered rude. Finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. She likes zinc, amber opal, crystal glass, the color pine green, bucklers and goats for their eating habits, giant chameleons for their eyes, and radish plants for their edible roots. And the words of the stamper of pricing of Impossible prefers to consume tomatillo wine and hates fire snakes. She isn't very tall, but makes up for it with muscle and fat. Her somewhat splayed out ears are fused-lobed, and her close-set round copper eyes are sunken. Her hair is straight, and her long hair is braided. Her eyebrows are high, and her nose is broad. She has a clear voice, and her nose bridge is somewhat concave, and her hair is tan, and her skin is a crew. And she's married to Kumil, who's one of my furnace operators, and you have 2 children. Etur and Toulon, you worship the god of death, and are a member of the cult of ghosts. Welcome to the fort. I mean, like, what's kind of funny is I had this discussion with my dad, like, last year, like, late last year, like, around the holiday season, about, like, the whole nobody wants to work subject, because his bosses are dealing with that. And I asked him what their starting wage was. Their starting wage for assembly line work, which is monotonous, slow, mind-numbing, and obviously you have to be at work. It's not, like, something that you could even do remotely if you wanted to. Their starting wage is what I would describe as competitive. It's $23. But that's still, like, not enough to afford the average rent here by yourself. With the amount of money I make right now, if I was paying full price rent, I would be able to afford it. But I did the math, and over all of last year, this is, like, all of my revenue combined, I was making about $38 an hour. If I was working 40 hours a week. By the way, I work way more than 40 hours a week. So if, like, if you were to actually, like, figure out how many hours I actually worked, I probably closer to 20 something. But I do, like, on average, if you average it over the whole year, like 65-hour weeks, if not more. And then there are months where I do way more than that, so. It's just kind of, I don't know. I mean, you guys are saying the nobody wants to work thing just as a meme, and I get it. It kind of is. All right, so all of this stuff's been cleared, which means I can go here and delete this. I can jump up to here again. I can unlock this because that's where my normal trash bin is. And also just get some of this stuff thrown. Can get you back to decorate with bone. Bone. Decorate with bone. Let's get you doing that. Let's get you processing plants, milking animals, making cheese. There is no new patches from the current experimental brand. Like, it's just fixing bugs, mate. They don't update the patch notes every single time there's a new experimental brand. So there's nothing to miss. Like, nothing's been said. I haven't looked at the release notes, and there's no new features. So I'm assuming they haven't updated the release notes yet. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally in the demographic of people who won work, I guess, because I have a job that I love, right? Which kind of means I've won. So I am like the prime example of the person who doesn't want to work. I'm gonna tell you right now, if I had to go get a job, like a job, and wasn't living right where I live, right here, where I have been living in the same place for a decade and needed to pay, like, let's just guess, $1,800 to $2,200 a month rent for the same size apartment for where I live, I would need to be making close to $30 an hour to get by. And I couldn't get a job that would do that. Some more migrants have arrived. That's good. Fast food doesn't pay that, and that's basically all I'm qualified for. I know people are always like, oh, Blind, you could get a job in the games industry. I tried that once. Now I want to. That's unfortunately being a successful Twitch streamer isn't does not guarantee you a job. Period. It is good that we are consistently getting migrants to some degree now. It's okay though. I have no interest in stopping streaming and doing something else. Oh, it no longer crashes when you pause jobs in the job screen. And you can click on the magnifying glasses now. Those are the two I've noticed. But I don't have like a comprehensive list or anything. The hard crash I found last night is fixed though. Moved by art, natural beauty is easily hated. I'm gonna toss you into the future Mark Dwarf squad. Got another yak. Doesn't really care about craft store ship. It doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. We can just join the fort. A lot of novice mace dwarves. Wonder why mace dwarves specifically. Talented weaponsmith. Bring your spouse who's a gem setter. Sloppy with his living space, seeks short-term rewards. Likes a little excitement now and again. Dreamed of crafting a masterwork someday. Finds Guyland cunning, indirect, and somewhat worthless. He's frail. Good memory, recovers quickly. Name's Meb. Chad, guess who's calling me a third time with the exact same message?
Hello, this is FedEx Express Canada calling about a shipment that requires the payment of duties, taxes, and other related fees. To help prevent delivery delays, please pay the applicable charges before the scheduled delivery.
This is the third time
this message, if you
they've called me.
require additional information, please email us at FedEx.
I should just clip this and email it to them and say, I can't fucking pay you. I've tried multiple times. The Holy Line, this Goblin Cuts mob is sharing more rumors. Oh, well that's interesting. I like that they are listed here as a Goblin Snatcher, but listed here as the Holy Line. Member of the nomadic group, the Jackal of Frenzy. I guarantee you I will get the exact same responses I've gotten from literally every single email I've sent them, which is either a, this is a do not email us email, or literally a transcript of what that lady just said. You need to pay it with a link to pay it. Can you put magma creatures on display, or will they spew fire at a passerby? If there is fortifications, they will shoot fire through the fortification. Not fortifications. I also just received another email from the project manager guy. Let's see if this link that he just gave me works. Holy shit. FedEx is useless, but the link that a third party has sent me seems to be working currently. Let me see if I can pay it through this. It's not a scam. I can tell you for fact it is not a scam. That's the sad part. It is not a scam. But 8 minutes ago, I received an email from the manager who is running the shipments for the project, who's been great. Responds like within 10 minutes of sending him an email, by the way. It's almost like hiring people is a good idea. Anyway, let's see if that website finishes loading in the background. We're in the irritating dystopia, not a. We didn't even get the friggin' neon lights everywhere, man. I'm bummed out by this. We're up above 50 dwarves now. Population is still going up too, or 56. Okay, so that's a good spot, which means we're gonna get a mayor soon. I do already have a mayor's office kind of set up and ready. I just need to, I guess, make some more tables for it. Do I have wood? I do. Let's make bloodthorn tables and thrones now. I like the way those look. It's all LED? Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, I don't actually like the super large LED billboards they have in cyberpunk cities because I'm like, man, I wouldn't be able to sleep there. Hey, there you go. Honestly, like, because the whole med situation, I would just take the day off if you can, Zwari. Like, if I was in your situation, I would just take the day off. Let's do Goblin Cap. I think that's what these are. Yeah, Goblin Cap, the red ones. I thought those were Bloodthorn at a distance, but no. Solid steel shelters. Right, okay. Well, my apartment hasn't had that upgrade yet. So let me know when those are, like, available to the general public, yeah? So I can't show this, but there is a managed delivery link, which is the link that, like, allows you to pay for it and whatnot. And hysterically, it's still a spinning circle. Can I pay for it through here? Holy shit. I can pay it. My fucking God in hell. This is, I quote this from their website, chat. We're experiencing technical issues and cannot process your request at this time. Please try again later. All this really does, actually, at this point, assuming they're able to successfully deliver it, is it saves my parents from having to pay the duty. So I'm just going to sit here and try and do it, like, every 10 minutes now, I guess, for the rest of the stream. Yeah, I can't select... Yeah, oh, fuck you, stupid fucking website. Sorry, our server capacity has gone up probably our need for server capacity has spiked because of all of the people trying to access our website because our stupid bot service doesn't work correctly. I'm not gonna bother them more than I already have. I just when it comes to the Kickstarter people, there is, like, the thing is, like, it can be paid for at delivery time. This is more just saving my parents' problems, and I know my parents will be home. So, because my mom works from home, so. It just saves them extra headache. Because my parents are doing this, like, favor for me. Of collecting the package, which I've had to get them to do before. Stopping by shortly since it's what's up, Reinhardt, by the way? Am I planning on playing Songs of Six anytime soon? You know, honestly, I've been planning on playing a lot of different games and just haven't. The problem that I have is when I start playing Dwarf Fortress, it's really hard for me to stop playing Dwarf Fortress. And, yeah, I don't know. I should. I guess is my response to that. Am I planning on it? I've Planned on it a couple times. I should play more Songs of Six because that game is good. Probably hasn't been paid in 6 months. No. Don't be sad. Don't feel bad for the guy that works for Canada's HR who just got laid off. Guy has a fully paid off apartment in one of the most expensive buildings in town, and frequently buys the entire bar rounds of shots. He's either extraordinarily far in debt or absolutely fine. I wouldn't feel bad for him. He's not really what I would describe as a friend. He's a regular who shows up at the same bar as me. So I'm just going to periodically try and pay for this FedEx thing, and that's it. I have until tomorrow before it's delivered. Maybe their servers won't be as overloaded at 1 o'clock in the morning. Should you switch your stream category to FedEx support queue? Isn't that just chatting, though? No, hopefully we're finished with the BS and can just get on with the streaming. Hopefully. Cross your fingers. Oh, that's good, Zwari. Happy to hear that. Also, just as a rule, don't feel bad for anybody who works for HR. You work for HR, you're already the bad guy. Professional bad guy. Okay, so got 3 more bedrooms done. Got a lot more bedrooms to do. Dude's sharing more rumors. This guy's just sitting here spilling the beans. Reciting poetry? It's funny. Basically, every single dwarf knows this one poem. You've been spilled? What? Spilled coffee? 5,000. I sold the wood you sold the wood in your forest, and you're going to be replanting the saplings over the course of the spring. You can do that? That's interesting. I mean, hey, if it fixes your financial problems. Oh, I see. Okay. I love HR PSAs. It's like, HR isn't your friend. It's like, I think one of the biggest, like, most common things I've seen on the internet over the past few years about jobs. Okay, so have you been connected yet? You've been connected to this? Okay, sweet. So I can now go here, and I can dig through this, and I can realize that I screwed up and dig through this. See, so I can replace these. Not with that. Replace this with quartzite. And now we can start getting our glass industry up and running. And get back to the interesting things, you know? Instead of me yelling at FedEx. Hi, Kit Fox Games. What's up? Alexandra, I assume. I'm sitting here in one of the most frustrating customer support things of all time. And I would just like to state that I think it's hysterical that the independent people who ran a Kickstarter for a book a year ago have more consistent, accurate customer service than fucking FedEx. That's all. Those things. I'm making a pink lava forge. Because I have a lot of quartzite. Don't get you started on FedEx. See? Like, it's just... it's just a thing. Trust me, I've been started on FedEx for the last 2 hours. Not quite 2 hours. Maybe like an hour and a bit. Hello, how can you assist me today? Please don't be a robot. Oh yeah, also that. The dwarf tag being a tag now on Steam. Kind of amazed that actually happened. Is she here? So bad news about the Gorlak. I retired that fortress for a couple of reasons. And she is now no longer with us. She died in Legends. We recently got the notification earlier this year that she is no longer alive, which is very sad. So pour one out for the queen. She is no longer with us. But her memory will stay. In fact, I have a gem-encrusted statue of her story right there, in fact. Which is a damn shame, but was kind of destined to happen because this faction is getting wrecked by a really, 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 really big goblin faction. Which is actually why I retired the fort that she was in, because I wasn't getting migrants. Yeah, we found out this morning. New York keys. And what's funny is since then we've gone from having a king to having a queen. Back to a king. So that... No, Tarn's been inspired to fix Gorlaks for a while, I think. Gorlaks are Zack and Tarn's favorite creature in Dwarf Fort. Or it's their favorite, like, unique Dwarf Fortress creature. This is known. You're having creative block? Chat. Ranger Rick's having creative block in Dwarf Fort. Give Ranger Rick idea. But if you would like the save file where she's alive, Kid Fox, it's on my Discord. I've got multiple hard saves of this world where she's alive. The other thing that I was able to do in that world, which is almost, like, at least to me, a bigger deal, is I was able to tame a gremlin in this world, or this world, because it's still the same save file. I was able to tame a gremlin and managed to have a gremlin that was my captain of the guard for a minute, who also died in the same siege alongside the queen. Admittedly, she died in battle alongside 1,800 goblins. And also, there's another Gorlak who's also still in this world, who's still alive, who is actually in charge of this fortress, which is my fortress, which is weird, or my faction's old fortress, which is now taken over by goblins. I never made it. This was the original mountain home for this faction. That Gorlak is the overlord of this fortress, however, is still listed as not being part of their faction and is listed as part of my faction. And was my outpost liaison for a bit. We just got out of a meeting with a brewery. You can't promise anything, but... Are you suggesting we're getting Dwarf Fortress branded beer? That's how that reads. Not in Legends as of like 2 hours ago. He was listed as being a member of the Emerald Irons. He's a member of, not a member of the Bronze Scorpion, but he is a member of the Deceiver of Crumbling, because he's the overlord of the Deceiver of Crumbling, but not a member of the Bronze Scorpion, which is the Goblin faction. That's exactly what you're trying to do? Wow. That's gonna be interesting shipping costs. Confirm that they don't ship with FedEx, please. What's my only request? But that's interesting. Plum pellet wine. Yeah, do they make mushroom wine? All right, so I'm going to start channeling into this. I can do these closer together. They suggested a cream ale. Interesting. Mushroom wine does exist. I will tell you that. Because this game has made me fall down many a rabbit hole about weird wines. So you can, in fact, make mushroom wine. Like, if you look up mushroom wine, you almost immediately find, like, dozens. If you look up mushroom wine, you almost immediately just find dozens of recipes. So I've just straight up how to make it. And I've looked into it a couple times. It seems interesting, actually. Did I not select... I didn't select the magma glass furnace. I just selected the glass furnace. This is going to be a very, 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 very pink forge. Magma smelter. Just Google mushroom wine. Like, this is the first link I get. There's also a lot of YouTube videos on it. It'll be very disappointing wine. I've described certain, like, more out there beers as tasting like dirty socks. And though that's a beer I like specifically. The one that I describe as that. So, I don't know, maybe I would like a truffle wine. Like, you know, just a good funky IPA. Or like the right kind of ale. Can absolutely taste like dirty socks. Or smell like dirty socks, even more so. Okay, do I have more steel? Where's the magma forge? There it is. Okay, so I just have one iron anvil available. How many steel bars do I currently have? Steel bars. None. Okay. Well, that answers that question. I do have pig iron. Steel bars. Let's just make those. Just get that rolling, please.
Christmas again. Just 10 moth SM left.
It's almost Christmas again. Are we doing a countdown to Christmas? Little Jaeger. You also sent me a message, but you're currently straight up patching out the old Savern sounds because it's fucking easier than dealing with the YouTube copyright BS. I believe it. How about we get the community to make tavern noises? I'm halfway joking, but just like just have like a local meetup for where you guys are, Get Fox, and like meet up at a bar somewhere and just put a microphone in the middle table. Done. Problem solved. Don't do that. But like, what if you did that? Okay, I'm gonna get a round of beers for Lil Jaeger. Dabu's gonna make it today? Okay, so you're just replacing the sound then? That's wild. Hold on, I'm just scrolling up to see thing. Clicking glasses. Well, shoutouts to Dabu. So I have a question. If it's where did the original sound come from then? Is it a public domain sound? Is it like something that Dabu made, or like on their own time, or like where did that particular sound come from then? Oh, let's just do it this way. Pig, iron bars, steel bars. I'm trying to make steel anvils is what I'm doing. 29. Okay. An existing okay, so it is like an existing ambience. Okay, yeah, that sucks. All right, well, they're falsely copyright striking. Yeah, okay, makes sense. You would buy a plump helmet ale. I would buy a cave wheat beer because cave wheat exists, and I'm pretty sure cave wheat's what's made into beer. So I would buy a cave wheat beer. Also, seeing your DM. Library sounds who can't claim direct. All right, well, that's crazy. Can all 250 of us go out for cave wheat beers after the stream? I mean, don't forget the extra 60 over on YouTube. So it would actually be like 310 of us. One second. Lil Jaeger, thanks for the 10 gift subs. Appreciate you, man. Like, seriously. All right, chat room, don't freak out. But I just received an email receipt from FedEx. Hallelujah! Stupid company. Now let's see if they can successfully deliver the goddamn package to my parents. At my house. But thank you very much for the pack of gift subs. You are very, very kind, Jaeger. And to anybody who got gifted a sub, congrats. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Celebratory post beers, yes. I will sip my celebratory post gift subs coffee. Existence fuel. I need it to existence. To exist? Yes. Okay, so I need to move all of this down to here, basically. We need to move... Wait, what? Is there like a one forbidden there? I think there was. Oh, there's a few. Probably because those blocks are getting moved. So now that all this is constructed, this is all magma stuff down here, and I've got all of these bars going into here. So what I'm going to do, real quick, is I'm going to make me a wooden minecart. Actually, I'm going to do a few of these. Wooden minecart. let's just actually just make 10. And I'm going to make them out of goblin caps so they look red, which is a nice color. And I'm going to make us a stockpile right here. And now what this is going to do is it's going to get all of these blocks underground. Is what it's going to do. So I'm going to just basically make this for charcoal and metal bars. And it's all going to go right here. Morik, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. You know what? I'm just going to chuck out a gift here to help out because you guys have been very kind to me the past few days. Telenartho, welcome back. I'm going to make this metal bars and coal. Could also actually, we'll also put pearl ash here because I need that for,
Yay, hype.
I need that for glass, which we're going to be doing. Because we're going to be making clear glass. So this is just for all the metal bars, period. Very simple. This one's going to be exactly the same. Go bars, blocks, metal, coal, pearl ash. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the middle. We're going to make a new minecart route. And this is going to be called metal and coal. Narrow Keys, thanks for the $3 for the queen. May she rest in peace. She went down fighting like a true dwarf, though. And coal and pearl ash. The last thing I need to do here is no bins. And lastly,
Did someone say hype train?
I don't know what you're talking about. That sounds crazy. Thanks for the $1. Cosign. Hangman, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Deepfield. I wonder if we have a mayor yet. Let's double check. I do not yet have a mayor. All I need is a minecart. Oh, I should also allow limestone and chalk in this stockpile, so let's do that. Lime and chalk. Or maybe I should make... Nah, actually, I'm going to make them their own. Make their own stockpile setup. Because I do also need limestone and chalk down here for the flux. So let's put another one maybe over here. Let's put another one up here. Because that's where I'm going to need it. Which I can expand the size of this too. I don't have dolomite nor marble on this map that I found. So there's no reason to add them. If I'd found them on the map, then sure. But I haven't. So why would I put them here? No, the Gorlak leader is currently the leader of the fortress that the goblins took over. But yes, they are still alive. So, in theory, that would mean that if we took that fortress back, that Gorlak would rejoin us. But who knows if that Gorlak is even trustworthy at this point? Let's do... What was the other one? Chalk. Those are both set up. Add a new route. Put a stop right there. You don't actually need a stop to be somewhere to put a stop down, by the way. You can just put stops anywhere. Chalk and limestone. We're just going to call this flux. I'm going to go here. Make it go this way. Now I just need to wait for those minecarts to get made. The Gorlak liaison was an enemy spy that killed the Gorlak queen killed in my headcanon. I mean, that's not a bad headcanon. I can get behind it. I do also have empty bags. I don't know what that sound is. Uh-oh, snatchers. Oh, this is new. We're gonna need to have defense creatures on the surface. Kidnap snatchers. I'm just gonna jump up to the surface because this is gonna be almost impossible to see. What I really need is I need a squad training like right here. Ever played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines? No. And before you ask, no, I don't really have any interest in the franchise. And before you ask, no, I don't really plan on playing that second one. Okay, so there's an elf thief. You didn't successfully get any of my children, but did see a friend of yours die. Thank you very much for the 13 subscriptions and the $5 in bits. Appreciate you, chat. And also I'm going to check these guys and be like, hey, can you guys update your gear? Yeah, they can. DF hack is updated. I will save an update. And then I can re-enable that chat command. I mostly just want to have quick save. Like, that's literally all I'm using right now anyway. Reward. Nope, that's not what I need. Channel points, that's what I need. There you go. Just please don't use it right away, because that's just a waste of channel points. Snail Sim, thanks for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. No, it's not that. It's like first-person RPGs aren't really my cup of tea. I will say this: I am friends with the community manager who runs the entire World of Darkness on behalf of Paradox. But I don't really have interest in the IP, and I don't really have interest in the game. I do like those types of games. I mean, I like Deus Ex, which is technically like same kind of deal. At least the original one was. Yeah, I don't know. It's just meh. I guess. There we go. DF hack update. You know, it's always interesting watching a beloved company become the bad guy. And Paradox is just one of those examples. God, yeah, and speaking of companies becoming the bad guy, I never thought that Embracer was the good guy. And every single situation I've ever been in where I've spoken with somebody who's like parent company is Embracer, they've always been like, oh yeah, no, like they've been great. Like honestly, as far as parent companies go, like they've been great. Every single one of those people I spoke with in person, either at events or in private, have been laid off and their studios have been shut down since. Which is sad as hell. Oh, really? You were at the first fan meeting for Paradox? That's a shame, then. Blizzard has been disliked for a while in a lot of circles. The Blizzard dislike isn't a new one. Oh, hey, we got more rumors being shared. These goblins are very talkative. This one is the Master of Beasts, right? Yeah. We've had you come by a couple times. The Communion of Deeps. That's an interesting religion. This Goblin Master of Beast. Band hate. Goblin crown, hey? Goblin wearing goblin bone crown. Very goblin-y. Who are my 3 least happy dwarves? Why are you upset? It's my sheriff? Well, that hasn't changed. Toulon the messenger. And this clerk. What are you upset about? Oh, they saw goblin die. Let's just jump to... Ooh. I don't really want to, Just as actually what I really should do is just set this to auto dump. Because I don't want to accidentally set the, you know what, we'll do it this way. Body parts, dump. Corpses, dump. And then I'm gonna just go over here. And just say, yeah, but not these. Yeah, but not the stuff over here, please. I hate to break it to you. I said it's been a while. WoW Cataclysm came out December 2010. Okay? So you saying they were great until WoW Cataclysm came out, and as like in a disagreement that Blizzard fell from grace a while ago. I know that you're disagreeing with the person who said that they were great until 2005. I said that they stopped being popular. They've been going downhill for a while, mate. That's all I have to say is mate. Yeah, no, it is just kind of fascinating to see that happening in real time, I guess. Why exactly? Who is my manager? Oh, right. Right there. Sweet. You're welcome. Sorry. Also, as far as like public consciousness goes, every company has its haters, right? From a public perception standpoint, me just staring at it as somebody who never gave a shit about Blizzard, it seemed like people started to dislike Blizzard around a third of the way through the Overwatch cycle. Like, they've certainly had ups and downs, but I started actively seeing people talking shit about them constantly around Overwatch time. Before then, they all, like, from an outsider's perspective who doesn't care, they always seemed kind of like, I wouldn't say loved, but not hated. Let's make, steel anvil. Where did I get those? I got sparrows shot them at me. I didn't make them. They're just on the map. I can't use them. Dwarves can't use them. They're just there. Like you're talking about these? Yeah. Sparrow people have them. Oh, just wait. FromSoft will make the dark turn. Trying to think of well-liked AAA companies, though. You know, it's funny. Like, actually, do people like Arc System Works? I'm pretty sure people like Arc System Works. That's a AAA company. They're probably one of the few companies that won't fail. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter how long you exist. Oh, Nintendo. People like Nintendo. Fucking people talk shit about Nintendo, but let's be honest, people like Nintendo. People question their marketing and like their business decisions, but people generally like Nintendo. It's more like people getting irritated with the stupid out-of-touch uncle than actually not liking Nintendo. I mean, that's mostly what I'm talking about right now is games. Oh yeah, true. But like their games are good, right? Like, I'm not specifically talking about company behavior here. I'm talking about games. Like, are the games being received well and selling well and people are playing and enjoying them? If yes, then I would describe them as a popular AAA company. Yeah, no, Nintendo is terrible if you, like, want Smash esports. That's for sure. They're terrible if you want to make a fan game. But, like, as far as their actual output, it's not bad. I'm genuinely just trying to think of companies that people like that make AAA games. People like Bungie, right? People like the dude who make God of War. Just no, Lamau. I don't know. Do people hate Bungie or do people hate live service games? I think people hate live service games. I would describe Digital Extremes as a AAA game company. Bay 12 Games isn't a AAA game company, though. They're like a license holder, not a AAA game company, though. For Games Workshop. They're a license holder. Also, you have 40K in your name and the word Sigmar in your name, so you can't be trusted anything about 40K, anything about Games Workshop. You're a walking piece of fucking what's the word? How do I say this? You are a walking piece of propaganda. I would throw. Do people like id Software? I feel like people like id Software. Although right now I'm kind of struggling to remember. They put out Doom Eternal was the last thing they did. You love the universe, but you don't care about the company whatsoever, about the people and the fandom, and they seem to love Games Workshop from your. I mean, you literally have a 40K themed username, so, but whatever. Yes, id Software is under the Microsoft umbrella. This is correct. Bulletstorm, wow, that's a cut. Although Bulletstorm's Epic. Yeah, Bulletstorm was a people can fly Epic published game. Also, I liked Bulletstorm. Bulletstorm was fun. Stupid writing, fun game. Like exceptionally stupid writing. All right, let's get my Marks Dwarves training. I'm gonna get the Marks Dwarves training. Where do I want them to train? Thinking over here. Ladder over here. No, actually, I can't do it right there because then the bolts will fall too far. I want to do it there. You liked Rage? Wow. I don't see a lot of people who liked Rage. I wasn't a fan of Rage, I'll put it that way. Also, I like that I'm talking about AAA game studios and suddenly we're talking about Games Workshop. Fortress is called Slaprock, yes. Doom is made by id Software, and not from what I can tell. People tend to like id Software usually. I mean, they made Quake at one point in time, so. I know that when Doom Eternal came out, there was a kerfuffle for a hot second there because it had Denuvo, but that was about it. And also that got removed like within days of it being released. But I don't think a game having Denuvos like and it getting removed is like really a particularly bad thing to have happen. What's... Okay, so... I realize I'm like a stickler about this, but public librarians, please. Come on. The curators at the Swedish Public Library do us a great service. I'm just a massive stickler with the word piracy, that's all. Was work enjoying? I'll show you the definitely not randomly generated name that we almost named this fort. This is what we almost named this fortress. I'm just grabbing the screenshot. No, we didn't almost name this fortress, but we came up with this while typing the name for this fortress. Still, it is still funny. It's been a day and a half, and it's still funny. Because, like, we were trying to think of something that would be fitting-ish for Valentine's Day, and chat wanted slap bottom. And I was like, well, why don't I call it slap face? And then I was like, wait a second. So, you know. This kind of is what it is. I'm still trying to think of, like... No, here's the thing. Paradox is not what I would describe as a well-liked company. At the very least, from the behind the scenes, like a couple years ago, Paradox could do literally no wrong. I can't remember the last time I heard somebody in my part of the industry say something good about Paradox. And of course, by my part of the industry, I mean, like, you know, content creation, but I can't remember the last time I heard someone say something good about Paradox. Okay, so I've forged a single steel anvil. Let's jump down to the forge layer. Blocked at this location by what exactly? Oh, I see the workshop. Oh, wrong workshop type, probably. Magma forge. Steel anvil, quartzite blocks. So what I need to do is I need to find some ore veins. That's what I need. So there's two things I need to dig out a shit ton of. Chalk, which is right here. And metal ore. So let's scroll until I spot some. Scroll until I spot some. Still scrolling. Where did I mine all that ore previously? I guess it's like on that layer with the chalk that's in the aquifer. The Space Marine you found in a parking lot was in the parking lot of a Games Workshop? That's like finding somebody's wallet, man. All right. Got those two minecarts cooked up. Oh. First forgotten beast of the fort. And it's a blob composed of mud. CK3 was a massive runaway success. It maybe failed to satisfy you, but Crusader Kings 3 was a huge success. If you want to talk about their failures, we could talk about Victoria, which I don't think has satisfied the audience yet. Nope, it hasn't. I mean, the thing is, Paradox's games sell well, but I would describe them as hated. I would also describe Ubisoft as hated. So this is a Forgotten Beast. It is called Egu Uthrets Liptu. It's kind of a great blob composed of mud. It has wings, wings and a bloated body. Beware its webs. Where is it? Okay. Web's scary? Sure. I would like to try and catch it. I'm kind of upset with myself right now that I don't have a space to catch it. Because it's probably going to die before it makes it to me. Although, I think it has a way into my fort. Yes, it absolutely does. Okay, so what I need to do like right now is I need to put this, I need to go right here. To go here. Actually, no, I don't need to go all the way down there. I need to go here and here. There, there, and there. And there. Vampire the Masquerade is very deep in development hell. They fired the whole team from that game. And then the lead designer left. Like, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I don't think it has a way in now. I can fight it probably. Oh, actually, it's vanished. I can fight it probably, so I'm not too worried, but yeah, that's gonna happen first. So it just found a whole bunch of cavern creatures that I can't see. And is either racking up like 40 kills or dying horribly. Modern communities kind of have to, for the same reason, don't take this the wrong the wrong way, Kit Fox. The same way people like me have to. Oh boy. Frame rate just dropped quite a bit. It's a lot of fighting going on somewhere. Okay, it's recovered. I think it might be denting the birds. It's possible. I mean, I need it to reappear. Also, it's also worth noting, a developer can be hated and have great people working there, and you could be a modder working on a game that people hate and have a good working relationship with. Like a studio can be disliked, but modders can still have a good relationship with them. Also, in most cases, the reason studios become hated isn't because of the developers and the people working on the game. It's usually because of the money behind it. And the emphasis on maximum profits. I think that the frame rate spike was suddenly all of the cavern dweller, or the drop in frames periodically, temporarily there was probably just all of the cavern birds suddenly realizing, oh, we need to de-stealth and attack this thing is probably what caused that. Which is perfectly understandable, but I mean, frame rate's already recovered, so it's a non-issue. So they have quality standards. You wish Paradox didn't have such stupid ideas on what makes a DLC. You know, ironically, the DLC isn't really the problem for me with Paradox. It's not the business model. They could have the exact same business model and it wouldn't bother me. What bothers me about Paradox is the state that they have a habit of releasing their games in. And then pumping the DLC into it. That's what bothers me. And also, yeah, the selling patches bothers me. I don't mind expansion pack size style DLC. In fact, I prefer it. I would rather pay $30 and get a big ass expansion that changes a huge chunk of the game that isn't necessary. That theoretically is their business model. But in practice, that's not how it ends up working. So it's not the business model with Paradox that bothers me. I mean, like I really, really like that business. Like it worked really well for as an example, games like BattleTech, right? I don't like Paradox right now because they canceled BattleTech and sank Harebrained Schemes, which was one of my favorite devs. Like, pissed about that. Still. And I will be for a while. But also, who knows if it's Colossal Order or Paradox? I don't know what the behind the scenes look like. But that release of City Skylines 2 is fucking embarrassing. Okay, let's sure, we can just use whatever for that. This is going to be where my archers are going to train. Oh yeah, I mean, I have a high-end CPU, and I've gone back to it a couple of times and gone, oh boy. You have a tour of the magma reservoir and workshops. You're planning that on your next volcano embark. Sure. My magma reservoir is very, very simple. What I did was I dug out this floor wasn't here. This was the edge. I built a Gabbro bridge, which is lava safe. You use any lava safe materials, and then some mechanisms underneath it. Dug out this little area here. Then from above, channeled down into it so that it would flow into here safely. I can then go up to here and pull this lever, close this bridge so that nothing can get in and attack me. And now I have this open space right here, and then I place the magma smelters on top of them all the way along. This one doesn't need a wheelbarrow in it. This one can get bigger. Take two more wheelbarrows in it. Are you going in the correct direction? Oh, I know what I did wrong here. I didn't tell them where to load from. Wait, actually, hold on. You load from here. And you load from here. Now this will work. This will speed things up. Oh, I mean, I have a large number of problems with City Skylines here, but City Skylines 2, but I don't want to sit here and just hamper on what I don't like about City Skylines 2. Like, it's kind of it's a moot point. It's a known quantity, I would say. I mean, I'm also not a game dev, for whatever that's worth. This is true. Yes. I need red and blue glasses to see my CPU in focus. This is a fact. Let's see if I can see that Forgotten Beast. Speaking of. Nope. Not currently. That's called adventure mode, Dilf. Is it in the dead unit list? If I didn't see it die, it won't show up in the dead unit list. Also, this is just a side note. In the current version, you guys get your own units in the dead unit list, right? Yeah, but that's not what they're asking for, Craft. They're asking to do the Dungeon Keeper thing, which is just control one dwarf. And if you want to view it in a first-person POV, also, another thing to state. You're talking about Stone Sense. Stone Sense isn't 3D. It's isometric. Sorry, I'm a stickler. I have to state that. Isometric isn't 3D, goddamn. No, if you want like a 3D visualizer for your fort, go look up Armok Vision. It's probably the best one. Theoretically, the engine that this game runs on is capable of, like, first-person viewing, but I wouldn't want that. I guess maybe my imagination is just more advanced than some of you, and I don't feel the need to see my games in first person. I can imagine them in perspective. I don't know why I put on that voice, but I had to sound pompous for that statement. Pompous and elitist, if you will. No, I'm okay. I don't need to look at anything in Armok Vision because I don't like the way Armok Vision looks. I'll occasionally look at stuff in Stone Sense when chat pesters me enough, but I don't like the way Armok Vision looks in the slightest. I heard about Fantasia. You mean the Disney film? I'm assuming not, because I'm assuming you're not talking about the Disney film. Canadian Stewie from Family Guy. Oh boy. I also don't know what that is. Rhodium Dragon? I think is how you say that. No idea what any of this is. Statement still stands. I have zero clue what any of you are talking about. Speaking of zero clue what any of you are talking about, I was going to make a metalsmith or a weaponsmith guild, so let's do that. Are there any video games I'm looking forward to this year? Not really. I find when I look forward to video games, I just get disappointed in video games, generally. So I try my best to not look forward to video games. I think, like, getting excited about products in general is a bad idea. For some reason, I'm expecting this to turn into, like, a Hyperdimension Neptunia bullshit. Oh, wow. No, this isn't even a video game thing. Oh, no, I mean, like, I'm aware of, like, if we're talking about photographic memory and things and active imagination amounts, yeah, I mean, I've heard about that. I've never heard those terms before. But, yeah, I have heard about that. But at the end of the day, I'm a selfish asshole. And if I don't like the way something looks, I'm not going to use it. And that's, like, because this is bouncing off the topic of, like, Armok Vision and stuff. Yeah, cool. Well, please don't attach more images that sound like I need to talk to a doc, or words that sound like I need to speak with a doctor to get confirmation on, because I don't like self-diagnosing things. So regardless of if this is a thing or not, I'm not going to identify with either of them. If Armok Vision looks like Minecraft, I look like Britney Spears. Rose, if you're watching, I'm sorry. Keep up the good work. Keep making cool products. But Shit don't look like Minecraft. It looks like a long draw distance N64 game to me. Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, please? Yes, keep hitting me. Which version of Britney Spears? I don't know. Take your fucking pick. My brain went to, what is somebody that I look nothing alike? And that was just the first name that came to mind, so... I'm definitely toxic, though. That much is true. I'm gonna melt down that iron anvil, and I'm in an ad break, so I will wait. You know what looks like Minecraft? Vintage Story looks like Minecraft. That looks like Minecraft. Thank you, Hunter Green. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for the kind words over on the YouTube side of things. I have no idea. I've never played it. Sunny Lizard. Lizard Raw. Mostly basic chemically. Ouch. You're calling me basic now? Jeez. You know, I'm sitting here right now and wondering to myself, which pop star do I have a more immediate knowledge of? Britney Spears or Taylor Swift? I think they might be even. Because off the top of my head, I can think of 2 Taylor Swift songs and I can think of 2 Britney Spears songs. And I've never intentionally listened to either of them ever. I've only accidentally listened to them when they've been inflicted on me in public spaces. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a version of Minecraft. I think, like, this is just me thinking about games for a second. I think calling a game a version of something is derivative and mean. It's like saying Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld is a version of Dwarf Fortress, which, no, it's not. It's a different game. And I've watched enough Vintage Story to know that they are certainly not the same game. So it is a game that draws a lot of inspiration, certainly, but it's its own thing. They just melt into each other. That's a weird mental image. Unrelated to anything, I suddenly want to watch the movie Disturbia again. Taylor Swift is too new for you? Mate, where have you been for the last 20 years? In real time is super mesmerizing? Yeah. They become a homogenous blob, an amalgamation of popularity, sex appeal, and chastity. That's one way to put it. I'm pretty sure that's just, you're just describing strippers, but... So I need to look something up real quick. I'm looking up Pearl Ash again. Because we're making clear glass. Do I have rock crystal, actually? Nope, I do not. Do I want to cram all this into here, or do I want to do it elsewhere? I mean, I feel very similarly about the Dark Souls of thing as a marketing term as I do about roguelike, as I do about, it's like Dwarf Fortress. Basically, if all you can say about your game is that it's like something else, maybe you should either A, come up with better marketing for it because you're going to kill its own ability to sell because of that, or you don't know what you're making. A recent example of this is that first-person shooter that EA Games published. That is a wizard shooter. What was the name of that stupid video game? I was looking at it the other day because I was reading an article about it. That was made by the designer of Dead Space. What is the name of that video game? It came out this year like the same day as Baldur's Gate, I think, or like the same week as Baldur's Gate, and it sold like shit and nobody bought it. It was full price first-person shooter where you play as wizards. What was the name of that video? I'm trying to remember it without like looking it up. Can I pull this from the bowels of my memory? Something of something? No, not that. No. My brain wants to say Lichdom Battle Mage, but that's a game by Xaviant. Anyway, they marketed themselves as Magic Call of Duty. Wizard Call of Duty. And it sold horribly. Which I actually listened to an interview where they were like, the fuck was the name of that game? Immortals of Avium. That was it. I had to look it up. Immortals of Avium. That thing. They internally were referring to it as Call of Duty with wizards, as a way to like sell it on developers to go get a job working for them. That snaked their way into their marketing, and I think kind of kneecapped their ability to succeed as a game. Around the same time I found it, Akre, but yes. Akre, you were correct. Immortals of Avium. Hogwarts? Pfft. I said first-person shooter, not third-person shooter. And trust me, I would never forget Hogwarts, unfortunately. That is permanently burned into my brain, regardless of how much I hate it. COD has been going down for years. COD just had its most profitable year in history last year. And because of Microsoft now owning Activision Blizzard, their gaming division is now the most profitable division in the company. So, sure. You played Hogwarts? I don't play dog shit. More specifically, I don't play open world collectathons. No. My time is more valuable than that. I also don't like the Harry Potter IP. I read the books back in the day specifically because, unfortunately, when you exist in a world with other children, when a book series is really popular, if you're not reading it, you can't have conversations with your friends. So I read it out of peer pressure. Udil, the glassmaker, has been taken by a Famood. Although I never actually finished the last book. And I never finished it because I was in sports at the time. And one of the guys who was in the sports team that I was in sprint kayaking, got a leaked copy of it early. And and didn't tell anybody. And then when the book, well, he told us and gloated about it, said that he'd already read it, blah, 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 blah. And then when the book came out and everybody was reading it, that first day he just walked around shouting out who died in order as everybody was reading, like at practice. So we'd be like out on the lake kayaking, unable to stop or like plug ears or anything. And he'd be like, name of character dies really loudly across the lake. Fallout Rain, what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preference? Okay, so you, dwarf, we need to make you. I could just make clear glass. Not clear glass. Oh, I thought large portions of those books were odd. Metalsmith, followed by cheesemaker. I have armorer, furnace operator, metal crafter, or weaponsmith. Who do you want? I read the first Artemis Fowl. I never read the other ones. I did enjoy Artemis Fowl, though. Or I remember enjoying it. Chat, you guys want to fill in Mind Strip, please? Or, like, just type in ! goal. Or, no, last fort, not goal. That'll tell you. The save file is available if you would like it. It is on my Discord. Here, I'll do it. Hang on. This is still in the same world with the same faction, but unfortunately the queen has died. Metalcrafter cat. Udil. Fallout Rain sees others as selfish and conniving and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Is very comfortable around the others that are different from himself. Is very polite, observes the appropriate rules of decorum. He is moved by art and natural beauty and does not often feel lustful. He is quick to anger and he tends to present himself modestly. He occasionally overindulges. Is troubled by this because he values self-control. He has a sense of duty, and he repeatedly snaps his fingers when he's trying to remember something. He sticks his tongue out when he's thinking hard, and he becomes very rigid when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds introspection to be a waste of time. Values self-control, and he likes Periclus, lead, purple spinel, giant deer hoof, bucklers and bracelets, and ratmen for their playfulness. The sight of the twinkling cave, and when possible prefers to consume carambola wine and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. I might need to make a sand collection zone, actually. Thinking out loud. You are a member of the Fated Creed, which is a religion I don't currently have a temple for, but you do worship the most popular god, which is the god of death. You're interested after watching a performance. You're pen pasturing a rabbit. You're angry after getting into an argument most recently. You don't have any family in the fortress, and you don't have any friends, just passing acquaintances. Napalm Sideburns, I have bad news. You're dead. You died defending the fortress from cave creatures. Also, hello. Hope you're doing well. But Walnut is keeping the line of captains of the guard going and has taken your job. Hello, Broken Spacebar. Speaking of people who are dead. Actually, where were you one of the ones that died? Logum? Slippery? Okay, yeah, no, you didn't die. Slippery, unfortunately, died alongside of Napalm, fighting against the undead. I haven't been able to recover the bodies yet because I needed to train up my military, and it took me a very long time to actually get enough migrants to be able to reasonably make a military. Oh, you need raw green glass specifically. God damn it. Well, that sucks. Do you still draw breath? I think so. Yes. Knickers is still alive. Your existence in the last fort was short. Yeah, I mean, you died gloriously in battle defending us from hundreds, if not thousands, of goblins. We're not doing well if they're dead. This isn't real life, though. It's fine. Okay, so I have to do... let's just make rock grates. I have to make a gather zone. Rock grate. And let's make them out of... I'm out of diorite. Why not? And I will just make a real quick gather sand zone right here. Oh, that's pretty cool. In regards to the giant water weep. You just, congratulations, you've won Caves of Cud, basically. So to get this clear glass industry going, I need a place to put the clear glass industry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here by a layer. This is going to be a wood stockpile right here. And this is where we're going to get the ashery going, because I need pearl ash, make clear glass. So I need to make wood into ash at a wood furnace, and I need to make that into potash at an ashery. So I need asheries. And oh boy, that's all I have to say. Why the redeem a dwarf thingy doesn't work for you? Because it's not up. It is on cooldown. And it was redeemed 6 minutes ago, and it's got a 45-minute cooldown. There you go. Works furiously. So it doesn't work because it's on cooldown. So it's not that it's not that I hate you, and it's not that like the fort hates you or anything. It's just it's on cooldown. Okay, so I need to... You know what, let's actually just mine up here. Because I know for a fact that there is mineable stuff. So we're going to mine out that. It's quite annoying, actually. This water situation. Oh. That's kind of adorable. Udil, the glassmaker, has created Nishrunshar, a green glass toy boat, and claims it as a personal treasure. An odd thing to ask in a public chat room with no real context, Ratty. Never paid it as just a teenager book series, but I mean, yeah, no. I mean, when it comes to teenager book series, let me be honest with you, chat. Animorphs, Goosebumps, and I guess also Artemis Fowl. Better than Harry Potter. My hot take.
Been a bit blind. Hope everyone's well.
Been a bit. It has been a minute. Casper, how you doing? It's a bug on Twitch where it glitches if you try to redeem it. It becomes available and then it counts as per stream redemptions. I don't know if that's real, Acre, but okay. Because I've heard that report a billion times, and every time I've looked into it, I've found absolutely no proof to me that it's real. So, I don't know. And also, I'll be honest, who cares? Stop worrying about it. Because this is part of the reason I hate the redemptions thing, is because people always start making conspiracy theories. Real or not, it doesn't matter. It just adds extra stress for me. So, stop it, please. But Casper, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. So this is a green glass toy boat. It is, all craft store ship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of dwarves in green glass. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Slaprock by the Crimson Will of Smiths in the Emerald Irons in the early spring of 510. Hell of the last few months. Well, I mean, Dwarf Fort ain't going anywhere. You just got a haircut and you regret. Oh no. But yeah, I just the existence of like the channel point redemptions things, like, yeah, there's bugs. I can never find confirmation of whether or not the ones that I see people complaining about are real. And it's just very frustrating for me. It's like, for me, naming every single dwarf all the time is exhausting and not great entertainment as far as I can tell. Half the time, people who request dwarves don't even realize they got them. And if I make people redeem it, people complain about it. And it's like, I can't win no matter what I do. Hexlin, thanks for the subscription. I appreciate you, mate. Like, there is no winning. Can't make everybody happy. You had curls and now you're a ball. I mean, I have a secret. Never get a haircut. How is the surface and why was it abandoned? What in the world makes you think I abandoned the surface? Excuse me? I'm just not building on the surface. I haven't abandoned it. There's just no reason to build up there because I'm building on layer 119 and like 80 something. It's a long distance to where I'm living. Around the time haircuts ended up being like more than $15, I stopped getting haircuts. There's also no caring. That's not true. I've had people get very mad in chat and like act extremely irritated and upset. So it's hard to not care when it's a thing people complain about. Believe it or not, there is some customer service to this job. And when it's something I have no control over, which is inherently unfair. Yes, I have in fact scored some migrants deep space. How are you doing, dude? It is. Yeah. I like Kimberlite more, but it's a pain to dig. Quartzite statue of Imo Frozen Dive, the Gorlak, and dwarves. So this is an image of my Gorlak, or this is an image of my Gorlak queen becoming queen. And it's also like encrusted with images of bones. This object menaces with spikes of superior quality dog bone. On the item is an image of baguette cut gems and dog bone by Memzith. So it's got two different editions on it. And it is in the Temple of Death. Is the customer always right? Generally. I am of the opinion the customer isn't always right, but the customer almost always deserves to be listened to. I'm okay. I've slept like absolute ass the last few days. So it's kind of hard for me to just be like, I'm great. Because like I said, I've slept like absolute ass the last few days. Do I peel the skins off them? It depends on how fresh they are. Because sometimes... I always peel the skins off them. I don't always peel the skins off them before I cook them. Sometimes I will boil them and then skin them. Like if I'm making like beets that I'm intending to eat cold, like on a soup or something, I don't always, or like on a salad or something, then I don't always peel them first. But they always get peeled eventually. Why? They're one of those things like carrots where they don't necessarily need to be peeled. My streams make you hungry. What's ironic is like I don't eat very much. Oof, that makes me nervous. That could end the fort real fast. Okay. I'll say this, I never peel carrots. I wash them, but I never peel them. We're hollowing out close to the spire? I'm not hollowing out the spire. This is just where my magma forge ended up. I'm just digging around it carefully. I mean, this is day 2 of this fort, so this fort's still very new. What got me into Dwarf Fortress? I finished playing Adom and asked a friend of mine on Ventrilo, I need a new game to play in Q, because we were playing a lot of Counter-Strike at the time, actually.
Metal crypt rocks.
And by Q, I meant, I'm using modern terminology, but between games was the wording I used back then. Ezekiel, thank you very much for the 35th month. It's good to see you. 3 months off of 5, a month off of 3 years, yeah. It's a long time. Peas and stewed green beans. I like stewed seared green beans. I like my green beans to be blackened. Basically, I like my green beans black. This just sounds weird, but kind of true. Here's the thing. If I'm eating a kiwi and I'm in a hurry, I don't peel it. If I have time and I'm being fancy, I'll peel it. Especially if it's a really ripe kiwi. Like, it's just some fiber. That or you, like, take them and you put them in the oven under the garburator. People peel kiwis? Yeah, you can. You don't need to. I mean, I used to know somebody who peeled peaches. So, like, it's a matter of preference, I would say. I don't think Deep Space trusts people who peel kiwis. Or who don't peel kiwis, maybe. As the kiwi, you would know. Oh, see, like, that's the equivalent of peeling them. Excellent. Basically, do you eat the peel? If you're not eating the peel, then... Sometimes, like, I'll slice them and eat them like an orange, where, like, you just bite into them. Eat the peel, yeah. I eat the peel of kiwis. Thanks for the $6. It's good for you. It's not bad for you. It's just fiber. What if only the peel? I mean, then you're missing out on the fruit, which is a shame. I mean, I know some people... like, my little sister used to get my mom to peel apples for her growing up. Like, she wouldn't eat apple peel for a really long time because she was a picky eater. Same vibe. I don't know. That's weird. Eating watermelon peel? Because that's almost more like a crust than a peel. Okay, so let's go... I need buckets. It's called rind? Sure. It cuts your gums? You eat weird apples, mate. It's between an and a well, actually, but yeah. You know, Matt, sure, but that also defeats the whole purpose of, like, naming dwarves. The purpose of naming dwarves is giving it to people who are actively watching the stream right now and reading the dwarf. So using something like AutoNick in DFHack is kind of redundant because it defeats the whole purpose. The thing that I really should do is I should set up a command with my bot, which is complicated because my bot doesn't have many built-in things. Make it fire off to a Google Doc, and every so often do a thing where I say, everybody type in this keyword, and then it'll go into a Google Doc, and then I shuffle it, and then I name some dwarves. That's the way I should actually do it. But there's this problem that I have, which is I am exceptionally lazy. and extraordinarily forgetful. And would rather do almost anything else than fiddle with a bot. So it's like, should I do that? Probably. Have I? No. But even that's not totally fair, right? And then what'll end up happening if I did that is people who already have dwarves will enter, and then it'll, like, I'd have to exclude them, so there's, like, other... Is this where I ask a generous watcher to do it for me? Not really, because I don't like slave labor. I guess that's more volunteer labor, but eh. I'm in an ad break right now, so I can't type anything in. But I'll just type in wood buckets. Wooden bucket. Just make 20. We'll use tower caps. Here's the thing. I'm extraordinarily productive with a lot of things, but when I'm done with, like, you know, a week of getting things done that I need to get done, and then I'm suddenly just, like, faced with, do I want to spend an hour fucking with my bot and trying to make it do a thing? Or do I want to just, like, go for a bike ride? My brain usually goes with bike ride. Do I do something I want to do, or do I want to do something that I don't want to do? Also, what's ironic about Patreon is I love my Patreon, and my patrons are very generous, and they keep me partially funded. Like, they more or less make my YouTube channel worth doing. Because frequently, even though I make about $500 a month on Patreon, in the summer, the Patreon usually eclipses my YouTube revenue. A lot of them don't watch me very frequently. The Patreon is kind of like lurkers. So if I were to just throw it into patrons, that would be great, but a lot of them aren't here all the time, right? Like, some of them are, certainly, but it's a rather small portion. So I'd have to throw Twitch subs into it. And then that's suddenly 1,086 people. And it's like, I could filter it down to then just paying Twitch subs. But then, like, I'm cutting out all the people who can't afford it. And also all the people who get gifted subs, who also want, like I said, there's no winning. So usually what I do is I just wait until chat becomes kind of quiet, and then I just start naming people. Post beers, says Insulina. All right, so I also need wooden barrels. Maybe I should convert to rock pots. Exclamation point goal will give you that link. Or that information, Hedgehog Mind. And we're also playing in a what seems to be rapidly getting destroyed Civ. So this toy boat that I have needs to go on a pedestal in a public place so that it doesn't get stolen. Yeah, and there's almost no forts left in this Civ. The Civ's population also got cut in half from the time that I initially embarked with this Civ 14 years ago, and now, which is kind of a lot. Okay, so my mayor's been elected, which means the Hammer still has a job, and the sheriff got demoted, so I now need a captain of the guard. Medtob is the dwarf with the highest rating, but who do I make into the new captain of the guard? I also have to real quick set up a mayor's office and whatnot, so let's do that. So let's just go office. My mayor's pissed, apparently. And this will be your dining room. I will pretty this up a lot. Currently, it's not the nicest, but I will pretty it up. Are you in the fort, Bone Doll? Bone Saw is. Torpnot, thank you very much for the raid. Excuse me. My bad. My voice just cracked in like 14 places. How was your stream? How was Dwarfs? Any crimes? Not yet, unfortunately. But mods, could I get a shout out for the raiders? Please and thank you. How do I do this? Anything noteworthy happen in your day of Dwarfin? Because it was Walnut, who's now just a tavern keeper. Torpo not rated. Hence why I mentioned. I'm trying to decide who to elect as my captain of the guard. Because we just got a mayor. Finally, after 4 years of running this fort. Which is very much a, oh boy. Yeah, no, that's not how that's not how this works. I mean, I know what skills are required for it, but that's not the way I'm doing it. I want to name it after a named dwarf, and I want to swap it out every so often. I don't actually care about how good they are. If I wanted to min-max, I would be playing a different video game. That's no fun. I would vote Bonesaw. I think I'm gonna give it to Are You Serious, actually. Interesting. I didn't know that adding a dwarf to the squad actually removes them from the military. I'm gonna give it to Are You Serious? At least for right now. But I'm gonna be moving this job around periodically. Are You Serious? Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. Rarely looks on others with lust, and he lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and could be considered rude. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and can sometimes act without deliberation, and gets distracted during conversations when he's excited, and when he's thinking, he has a tendency to chew on his cheek, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He does have modest quarters, but I'm going to remove those. Give it to somebody else. So now he's going to get Walnut space. Hello, Walnut. How are you? Speaking of, I need more chains, probably. Okay, I need one more. Not too bad. Did I ever make a fifth? No, I didn't. Okay, so this right here is the hammerer's space. I'm going to move the dungeon master to somebody else. Ooh. Dungeon Master's gonna be Ashtol, who also now needs an office. Did you die? Nope, Walnut's still around. But Walmart got heavily scarred mentally, not physically, by having to fight with cavern invaders. But she survived and is now living in retirement from the law as a tavern keeper. Walmart? Did I say Walmart? I meant Walnut. Blah, 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 blah. That's like my best Freudian slip of the day, I think. And like, what's his name? Captain Walmart isn't even in chat right now, so I don't even have an excuse. I did in fact say Walmart. There's like only a few letters difference. My brain started at wall and then just malfunctioned, I suppose. We retired Walmart. I mean, the world should, frankly. To be fair, you're way happier as a tavern keeper. For whatever that's worth. Once mayor changes, you select new members. The thing is, the mayor changes generally when the mayor dies or a vampire shows up. Those are like the 2 times that mayors change in Dwarf Fort. So I was just going to do it either annually or every other year. Just change them periodically. It was like 4 hours after you went to bed, Basta. You can't even open a twisty beer cap. Man. Yeah, that is a rough week. Jeez. You know, I know that I'm not naming dwarves, but I think based on that statement, I think we should give Casper a dwarf. If you can't even open a twisty beer cap, I think you need a dwarf. Just to, you know, show up and help or something. How about Vubok the farmer? Creator of Thoth Shed. I will be live for a bit more. About 8 hours total. He is a coward and completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger. Oh god. Finds humor in most situations and can be very happy and optimistic. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one. That's not optimistic, game. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He is very humble and he does not often feel lustful. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding and is rarely feels discouraged, and he is stubborn, and he is conflicted by this part of himself, as he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized personally, sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't care about art one way or another. And likes cassiterite and copper and gold opal, giant snail leather, totems, and alpacas for their long necks, giant bush tits for their twittering groups, and soft wheat beer for their words, and the stranger of praising, and the sound of the velvety satins, and the sight of the twinkling cave, and prefers to consume giant mantis and bayberry wine. You're the second giant mantis enjoyer in this fortress. His hair is straight, and his very long beard is braided. And he is a religious worshiper of the god of death. Mayor Vlad aiming for 27th term in office. 274th term in office, my bad. And I'm going to make you into a doctor, Casper. I know you've never seen the inside of a body before, but you seem like you would be good at that job. Just based on very, very light research of the description of your dwarf. Because you do find helping others to be emotionally rewarding, so I should help you help others. This is going to be the office for the Dungeon Master. Oopsies. I need a door on it before I can do that. Also, our Dungeon Master is thrilled with their life. Up here is going to be the dining hall. Captain of the Guard needs a bedroom, apparently. Could just connect a bedroom to this, or I could just go back to doing the thing that I'm supposed to be doing, which is making bedrooms. And these are what? Gabbro doors? Screams, runs away. Yeah, I mean, seems fine for Dwarven medical system. Okay, so here I'm going to make some floor grates. Sweet. So that'll just make these collectible. Let's down to here. Jump up one. All right, ashery. Let's make 3 more asheries. Okay, well, these need to be finished. God damn it. And I need to make this room bigger. So I could also put wood stuff up here. Definitely leave it on the traction bench for 24 hours at least because he's scared of taking them off. Yeah, but he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. So he would be emotionally rewarded and satisfied by the process of helping the dwarves. Okay, so I can make a couple more magma forges here. Because I have more steel anvils now. That's actually what, I mean, they do need to leave them in the traction bench for quite some time. That's like how a traction bench works. Okay, so let's just make steel bars. Big iron bars. Let's just do amount of iron bars and pig iron bars. Blockstones. Amount of iron bars and flexstones. And refined coal. Well, I need coal. Great. Checked monthly. I wish there was a checked weekly. Check daily. Monthly. And then is there any ore I can smell right now? Lemonite. Did I not put... Oh, I guess I don't have an ore stockpile down here. I should probably do that. I'm sitting here and staring. I'm like, where? What? Metal ores. Let's just say yes to all metal ores for this. You. Metal ores, yes. You. Oh, wow, I did allow metal ores on that. I just didn't put them in the stockpiles. That's a problem. Tried to teach someone how to play Dwarf Fortress a while ago, and he was really confused, and I thought the graphics would help. Tried again and still couldn't figure it out. Weirdly, they seemed to do best with adventure mode with ASCII. I don't know. I teach people with tutorials so that I don't actually have to explain this game to people in person. I find that when I actually try and explain this game to people in person, I just tear my hair out because this is a game that somebody needs to want to learn. I don't think it's a game that you can just learn, if that makes any sense. I don't know if that's a good way to put it, but there are certain people that will decide they want to learn this game, and then they will just learn this game. And those are the people that will enjoy the game the most. I've seen very little success of people who decide they want to learn this game and then, or whose friends try to convince them to learn this game and then try and learn from a friend. I've seen very little success on that, which is frustrating. But you thought you were just bad at teaching? I mean, I think I'm bad at teaching, but many people say that I'm good, so I don't know, maybe it's starting to get to my head. It's 17 Lemonite, which is all the way up here. Feel like I need to dig around up here. You know he'd enjoy learning all the systems part of it? Yeah, I don't know. The problem with Dwarf Fortress, when it comes to learning Dwarf Fortress for me, is Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that shows all of its cards, right? People are very used to games just giving you a toy box and explaining how to use it. Dwarf Fortress doesn't immediately show why it's cool to the player. The player has to figure that out for themselves. Which, as somebody who likes this type of game, who likes digging into systems, that is awesome, because that is my favorite way to learn a game, is a game that doesn't immediately hand me everything. It doesn't hold my hand and just lets me mess around and learn things. I enjoy that. I enjoy that process. But people are just not used to that anymore. You know, like, I think 30 years ago, people were used to that with games because you had to read a manual to play a game, generally, or like a book, practically, to learn to play games, because learning to play games wasn't easy. But, like, we live in an area where people aren't programmed that way anymore, because we're products of we're creatures that are used to the things that are sold to us and designed for us. And if we are used to learning things in a fashion that is the polar opposite of the way a thing works, we just assume we don't like the thing very quickly and give up. And I see a lot of people in chat and stuff saying, oh, it's because I'm stupid. It's like, well, no, it's you are conditioned to learn a thing a certain way. And this game goes against all of those rules. I think what a person needs to learn to play Dwarf Fortress is they need to stumble upon one of the stories. Oh, wow, there's an aquifer right there. They need to stumble upon one of the stories from Dwarf Fortress. Be that, like, one of the various fan fictions, one of the old school Let's Plays, they need to find something on their own that intrigues them about Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, also, like, I'm talking about learning the game now, not having experience with that type of game in the past, right? Like, if you grew up playing NetHack, like, you're similar to me then, where it's just like you're kind of just, you don't care, like, that's not a non-issue for you. Like, for some people, that's a non-issue. Maybe you grew up playing games that are like that, right? I wouldn't even say I'm a particularly good resource for that kind of thing, Goat Swarm. I'm the person that people find once they've decided that they want to learn the game. They've already, like, usually by the time somebody finds me, it's because they've already stumbled upon that. And they've already kind of, like, gotten that itch, right? I mean, I decided I wanted to learn to play this game in 2009, sort of. But I didn't actually learn how to play it for, like, 10 years, practically. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, like, I learned the basics way back in 09, but I didn't start playing it even remotely close to properly for a very long time. I've never tried it, but the game shouldn't count that as a loss. I don't know. Probably. Ranger Rick. Big Bang. What dwarf would you like? Instant gratification in gaming has been detrimental to gaming minigame. I think instant gratification has been detrimental to gaming from the perspective of somebody who doesn't like that type of game. Instant gratification in gaming has been the best thing ever for the business of gaming and the success of video games as a medium. Because video games are bigger than they've ever been, you know? I know that at least at one point, sending all 7 dwarves out would have been considered a loss. For the same reason that if every single dwarf in your fort was a were creature when the full moon hit, it would be considered a loss because you had no dwarves in your fort. But I think that's been fixed. Like I said, I haven't tried it. Who's the best cook in this fort? Please understand, I don't use dwarf therapist, so it's a little tricky for me to figure out, but I can give you a rough guesstimate if I can find my kitchen, wherever I put it. Literally nobody is the answer to that. Let's see if I can find that out with a custom roll. The game doesn't really surface that information in a way that's convenient. Also, unrelated, did I just add cooking to miners? No, I didn't. Why does it say hunters up here at the top? Even though I'm in that one. Weird. Cooking. Okay, so I need to like speak with Putnam and ask her to please turn that into the done button and that into the delete button, because that feels like it should be the done button. God damn, it's driving me nuts. Also, I put cooking under miners. I did in fact do that. There we go. That's weird. You have to like double click it so that it makes it yours. Well, found a bug. You have to double click things to make it yours. Yeah, literally nobody in my fort has any cooking skill. That's noteworthy. So who's the best cook in my fort? I can't help you. Dwarf Therapist is what gives you that information quickly. It's also a terrible piece of software that I famously dislike. So what do you want? What's your second choice? Is there a legendary miner available? I don't even think I have a miner available. No. This is Dwarf Fortress 2. Goofus. The original Dwarf Fortress was Slaves to Armok. This is actually Slaves to Armok 2, God of Blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress. No, nice. Could you be a little bit less specific, I guess, Big Bang? You'll take that trader. Hear that, chat? Our friend, Big Bang, is a traitor. When you stop asking stupid questions. So never, Juvis. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties... She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. Prefers to be alone and is grounded in reality. Often feels lustful. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She can handle stress, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She is quite she is quite ambitious, and she has a greedy streak. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation. Her tongue sticks out when she's trying to remember something. She personally values romance and likes native copper pig, iron, cinnamon glossier, and lorikeet leather. Cotton fabric, scimitars and coffins, and large gems and sheep for their wool, and the words of the stranger of pricing, and the sound of the velvety satins, and when possible prefers to consume muskox and sweet potato plants, and teff beer, and teff flour, and red beans, and absolutely hates leeches. You are married to somebody named Zuntir. You're a previous member of the Roof of Rivers, and you've moved here along, and you're also a Marks dwarf. Side note. What was that orchestral sting? I assume Toady 6. I would assume. Make you Zuntir? No. You have to get the redemption. Gotta keep it fair. I'm also in an ad break at this exact moment. We're using this system right now. I gotta stick to it. If I stop using it, then everybody else has wasted their money. Or channel points. Because you don't need them, Sep? That's it. Over on the YouTube channel, I'm being asked why I don't add custom roles for specific dwarves, and it's because I don't have dwarves that are specifically good at things, so you don't need them. You don't need to spend 30 minutes making custom roles. You do not need to. You can, if you want to. And this version, this patch that's coming out soon is going to allow you to edit the default ones. But you don't need them. They are not pointless. That's a bad way of putting it. But if you are the kind of player who cares, you can. I don't care. So... She is weak, and she has very high cheekbones. Her nose is extraordinarily broad. Her close-set, sunken, heliotrope eyes have very large irises, and her hair is clean-shaven, and her somewhat splayed-out ears have nearly fused lobes. She has a clear voice, and her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Her hair is light brown with a touch of gray, and her skin is pale brown. And now I need to read the last Discord word story. If you watch the streams a lot, you'll notice that I do sometimes add custom roles, but they're usually very specific. If I'm going to do custom roles, I generally prefer to just simply assign a dwarf to a workshop manually instead of making custom roles. Horses hate people for their silly emotions around being alive. We dance like pharmacists, free from dumbfoundment and confoundment, naturally conform to insanity and deep lore. Mugs, all caught up. What, Braga? The thing is, the way the game's priority system works is the dwarf with the highest skill who is currently available for the task does the task. So, like, if I go through and manually assign dwarves to shit, that's just a lot of time spent fiddling with things that I don't care to in UI that I don't want to mess with too much. And the odds are really good that you'll just get worse dwarves working on things because new dwarves show up all the time. And unless you then want to go then manually reassign all of your dwarves whenever a legendary dwarf shows up, yeah, no, I'm good. I did that for years manually in the old version of this game, in the older versions of this game, and stopped doing it when Premium came out. And you know what? I will never go back. Like, sometimes I will go to a specific workshop and I'll be like, all right, who's my best weaponsmith? You get this thing. And then I'll only make weapons at this one workshop. Like, I might do that, in fact, for this fort probably in a few minutes here. But I'm not going to do that for the vast majority of jobs. That's pointless. Waste of goddamn time. I mean, they make a difference to the quality of the items, but that's up to the player to give a shit. I don't generally care. Like, if you want somebody who min-maxes games, don't watch me, basically. I am not somebody who min-maxes games. That's not how I play games. It's never how I've played games. And I will never play games that way. Okay, he dwarves are leaving. They are all gone. Okay, Rhodium can't write coherently. Their brain left. Their brain all gone. Oh god, it's on the floor. Can someone clean it up? It's gross. The brain leaking out. You should pick that up. Someone get a mop, please. Yes. If you put it into a vial, we could sell some brain brine. That stuff's actually quite valuable. And we can make some spray of brain. And we could, like, mind control a door or something. Yep, Dostingop's returned. Getting regulars in this fort. Oh, I thought you were, like, stating that they're all leaving because, I thought you were saying that my dwarves were leaving because I wasn't assigning them custom tasks. I misunderstood. Babbled along. My bad. Wood. This is for making pearl ash. I've gone and given a perfectly good door anxiety. Yeah, I've ruined the perfectly good door's life. Just realized I made these out of the wrong material. Nyeh. How dare I not make them pink? So since we're talking about specializations, this is where my weaponsmiths are going to go, these two. Yeah, okay. And these two will just be armor smiths. Actually, I don't really want bones on this one. So this is going to be where I make the weapons. We'll just queue up the weapons from this particular shop. So, where are we at for steel currently? Got 41 iron. Okay. Need some pig iron up in this. Which is why I need coal. Charcoal. Let's just make 80. I'm gonna need to chop down trees in the mow, aren't I? When the amount of refined coal is less than 50. And the amount of logs is greater than 80. So I need to go chop down some trees. Caverns are gonna love this. I should also, very much get the surface either locked down or defended. There is a world where the elves start attacking me because of me doing this. And then I was going to make... Little minecart track here. So the dwarves come down into the fort from up here. They go into down here. This needs to go significantly higher to actually be useful, because the surface is where all the metal ore I've found so far is. Basically. Which is a bit of a pain. Should just do this. It's going all right, Bob, and yourself? The thing is, well, the question I need to ask myself is, am I okay with a really, really, really ugly minecart track? Because if I'm okay with a really, really ugly minecart track, I could just get it rolling straight through the aquifer. And just having water everywhere going down it. This area will eventually start to fill up. Water will eventually start to fall down. This is just genuinely a ginormous aquifer. I've also found, like, tetrahedrite before in quartzite, but I haven't found anything in this quartzite area, so let's mine all the way to the edge here. Not to break it to you, but you can't build minecarts on stairs. And I'm talking about using minecarts to transport metals faster. Might just end up using that minecart for, like, maybe taking wood down? I don't know. I would like to use this minecart route for something. I mean, I guess I could. But that, I don't know. The wood's not that heavy, and it's not that much further to just carry it down to here. So I don't know. It would be less jobs. Minecarts are too difficult, so there isn't too much to relearn, fortunately. Minecarts do look awesome, yes. I was just hoping that I would find metal a little bit closer to where I'm building down here, but I just haven't. So that makes things kind of difficult. No, it won't. It'll dry up before that. There would just be mud everywhere. You can never, I have a question. Are you making them go up and down on a lot, and are you making them curve on corners? Because they cannot go up on curves. They cannot curve up on corners. It is a pretty common mistake I see people making. This is going to be a metalsmith's forge. Or a metalsmith's guild, rather. Or a weaponsmith's guild, rather. But minecarts are a bit of a pain, but my advice to people with minecarts is if you're trying to do minecarts, don't be ambitious initially. Be very simple. Very, very simple for the first few ones you do. Yeah, but wheelbarrows are significantly simpler. Well, don't worry about wrapping your head around them. Just literally make a line from A to B. Make it go from A to B. Then go from back. And then make it go there and back. And then make it go there, load something up, go back, dump it out, and then there, load something up, go back, dump it. And just repeat from there and slowly build up. Just do it really slowly. That's my advice for learning minecarts. I'll be back. 2 seconds. All right, I'm back. I love the frequency at which people typo minecart to Minecraft, which is very funny because Minecraft isn't a word. It's a very easy typo. It's just really funny. Seeing if we get any named migrants. We got another metal crafter. That's good. Another hunter. Another llama. All right. Item the animal dissector. Oh, you're a competent soldier already. Fishery worker, dwarf. Speaking of soldiers, I need to finish building this squad. Zuglar the farmer. First muscle memory. Oh, I know exactly what it is. It's like it's not even it's a legitimate typo. It's a great typo too. I mean, is yeet in the dictionary yet? It's a name of a thing, so I don't know if you can Minecraft a thing. Like, I don't think to Minecraft is a thing. It's and I don't think like names of things are in the dictionary really. There we go. Now we're talking. That's a migrant wave. Finally. I have a question. Did they kill my mountain home? Is that what happened? Nope, still there. Poor intuition, sickly. Stains the law. You will not like it here. Incredibly calm. Have a different... enjoys the company of others. Just kind of want to get 2 fully functional squads. If I can do that, that'll put us in a real good spot. Loves Minecraft and hates minecart. That's very funny. Save happening. I'm like weirdly cold. Hold on. I don't generally get cold, but that means it has to be below like 15 degrees in my apartment. I start getting a little chilly in my apartment around 14 degrees Celsius in a t-shirt. Took you 2 squads to fend off a whole necro siege? Yeah, I mean, I need a Marksdorf squad to clean up the caverns, primarily, which I need to get done. I leave, I have auto-saving on. So. The only reason I have the save the game streamer thingy active is because of the fact that we're playing on an unstable branch where sometimes I get unexpected crashes. I know that there's very rarely a thing called an expected crash, but they're like way more consistent when you're on the unstable branch. Between season saves. I wonder what you're doing that's causing your game to crash. Because mine crashes maybe once every 150 hours. Outside of the... Uh-oh. got a commander and a sacred sea. Well, that's good. Due to tile sets. What version are you playing on? Oh, right, yeah, because you're playing on 47, aren't you? I mean, it's probably not the tile sets that's causing crashing if you're playing on 47. It's likely. Text will be text. That causes crashes if you're on 47. If you're using text will be text. If you're using the thing that lets you see multiple Z levels, that's probably causing like 80 to 90% of your crashes. Vast majority of them. What's new with this experimental patch? Searchability and menus, mostly. Here. Okay. Better searching, better filtering. I turn my camera off and hit this button. Search function down here. See? And then under the hood stuff, and goblins are back to full capacity. Exclamation point patch, it'll give you the blah, blah, blah. What's up, the terrible? Just pop in to say hi and thank you for the amazing content. Well, thanks for saying thank you. I don't know how to respond to that whenever people say that, but thank you. What are you doing, you thief? Do not trust you. Do not trust. New DF does that. That's the thing, Rebel Rouser. But I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, Dwarf Fortress is an extraordinarily stable game. For what it is, it's an extraordinarily stable game. Putting the toy boat in the middle of everything so that it's super obvious and clear where it is. Oh, I mean, here's the thing. I don't know. Like, there is no patch notes for it, right? And because of that, it's like, well, there was a crash that I know was fixed. Do me a humongous favor. I should actually just add this to the patch command. Don't ask me what's added in every single little patch, because I'm not a wizard and I don't read minds, and it's not like I get an email with the exact patch contents for every single bug fix they do. I can't tell you half the time. I'm just sitting here looking for bugs. That are obvious. So please don't ask me. Well, it's not that you're putting me on the spot. It's like, it's not something I will ever be able to give you an accurate answer of. And I also don't work on this game, which some people seem to treat me like I do, which is flattering, honestly. But like, again, it's not something that I'll be able to be particularly helpful with. I figure out where to put my Craftsdwarf guild. We do need to put some tables and chairs in here. You know, that's the case for a lot of modders. Like, they'll be around trying to fix a thing and then they'll just kind of vanish. It's usually just they got busy or had a kid or like, you know, life took over. I think I'm gonna put the Craftsdwarf guild right here. Make a minecart track items on piles, i.e. wood. So you're asking how to make a quantum stockpile? Can somebody please just link my quantum stockpile tutorial? Or just go to my YouTube channel and type in quantum stockpile. I have a tutorial that'll let you scrub through it. Just do that. If you're talking about, if that's all that you're asking for, just go watch the tutorial I made for it. Because that will cover how to do it, because I don't need to make one right now. I'm also not going to make a command for literally every single tutorial I've ever made, because one, I won't remember them all, and two, that would be way too many commands. It's almost like my biggest problem with FedEx is that they don't hire humans anymore. I don't want to replace humans with my bot. We have 250, close to 300, including YouTube. Oh, actually, no, over 300 humans watching this stream right now. Plus, God knows how many bots. So why don't just, you know, ask the humans to do it? Hey, that's why they call it evergreen content, Neokai. I know this, then. The Hall of Channels. I am definitely human. Beep boop. This is what the Mr. Destructoid emote is for, chat. This game is like so unplayable, not gonna lie. Yeah, I had somebody ask me if I could remake all of my tutorials for version 47. It's like, these tutorials are great, but I like the old UI. Can you make them for version 47? Like, not too long ago on my YouTube channel. I was like, number one, I made them all, most of them, for version 47 already, ages ago. And, no. Just flat no. I need somebody to commit a crime in my fortress so that I can arrest people. Because there's so many known criminals showing up at my fort right now, it's not even funny. They're still accessible. Pay me $700 per video. I wouldn't even do it then. Money isn't worth that. Because what would happen is I would have to upload them to my YouTube channel, which would annoy my current YouTube subscribers that are, like, subscribed for a very different kind of content. And I'm not going to do that. It's not worth annoying your current, you know, subscriber base. I will say that my version 47 tutorials were not that comprehensive. I never made as many of them because, surprise, nobody watched them. And at the time, I was streaming like 6 days a week. So I didn't have as much time. I really need to be making pearl ash bedrooms. Military stuff, let's complete this. Fuck. Let's just get this sorted. Archery range. Dunk. Okay, how many crossbows do I even have right now? That's hysterical. You guys need to be on crossbows. I see, I just don't have any crossbows. Do 10 iron crossbows. Start making steel bolts for him. Well, we're getting pig iron, so that's a good sign. What's stopping me from making steel? Nothing? Is just the job not queued up? Maybe it hasn't been rechecked. Let's do that. Oh, that's checked monthly too. Check this daily. Let's also go leather quivers. I generally just ignore them, Miss Alyssa. Also, that sucks. And thank you very much, Thybut. Did it crash while you were using DFHack? Because if that's the case, it's probably why. Like, 8 out of 10 times if you open, like, Stone Sense and move the window in the wrong way, the game will just crash. Not a day goes by where people don't just, like, get off on the weird concept of what if Dwarf Fortress had adventure mode? Why are beds wood only? Why would you want to sleep on rock? Because we need a reason to chop down trees, right? Need to make kilns. Ashed potash.
Ads be gone.
Ads be gone. Thank you very much for the 4th month of Prime. Welcome back, Fraga. Appreciate you. Oh, I need to make a magma kiln because I clicked the wrong button. Magma kiln. There it is. Well done, Neokai. Good win. With a FB body. What's an FB body? And they got all mad. Oh, Forgotten Beast body, right? I thought we were still talking about art. People vanishing. Okay, so we are making shit tons of charcoal down here. Which I think is just going to end up, yeah, it's going to end up in this stockpile. We go up to here. And then back down. All the ash is going to go up to here. I need to make a stockpile for ash up here. With aquifers? You want to see how deep the aquifer in this layer in this fort is? It's entirely based on your proximity to sea level and the amount of like moisture that the game decided to generate. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's good that you have clients. And these days as a streamer, like I keep running into people who are looking for artists that don't use AI. And it's like getting difficult now, which is annoying. Back in the day, we just had to dodge artists that were stealing other artists' art, which was already an active issue in my circles, and still happened like pretty frequently. People would commission art and someone would just go steal art from somebody else and sell it to them. Turns out, you don't do due diligence, that can be pretty easy, and that does happen. Getting there. Now, need Pearl Ash. I will just queue up Pearl Ash. We'll do it that way. Oh, I haven't actually made any of the potash yet. Pearl Ash. Oopsies. I right-clicked. Wanted to click 50. Make 50, please. And then we'll start making clear glass. And I'm going to go here. We'll just occasionally queue up Ash. Even more rumors are being shared. It's kind of incredible. I wonder if it'll ever be possible to get crimes, like, discovered from rumors. Let's set this to, citizens only, so any citizens can come hang out in here. Or vampires. I mean, I once discovered a vampire with a dwarf telling a story, because, like, if you have a dwarf telling a story in their tavern, you can look at their head and, like, or click on the little magnifying glass in the description, and it'll, like, in the unit screen, and it'll tell you what story they're telling. And they told a story about how they killed somebody, and it was the person who just showed up drained of blood, which I genuinely think might be one of the funniest, like, happenstance interactions I've ever had. So I just told them to go interrogate them, and then they die. They were the vampire. It was incredible. It was one of my greatest memories of this video game, just period. You know, honestly, yeah, I'll just make this into a smelter. Oh, no, I know what you mean. I assumed so, Alyssa. I feel like people who are very dedicated to AI and or NFTs don't end up watching my streams for very long. Unless they're okay with keeping their opinions to themselves, which, you know, then they're fine. Aeternal, thanks for the 4th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you greatly. Means a lot, dude. Oh, yeah. No, it's just like walking into a bar and bragging about killing somebody. It's like, maybe don't do that. I wonder if extremelyfungible.com still exists. So as soon as Pearl Ash starts to appear here, I will be able to begin. Oh my god. I'm kind of sad that I now have all of these migrants. For, you know, I'm not actually sad that I have migrants, but, like, it's that situation of, man, why do I have to do everything all at once? It's like it was nothing. Why wasn't I prepared? I should have expected this. Kind of things. Also, can I get you guys training? There we go. Did I make those leather did I queue up quivers? Yes, I did. Do I have a leather workshop? Oops. Did you read the patch notes, lazy man? And also, can you tell that I'm letting them sit there? No, raising cave. Of course you can. What kind of dwarf would you like? Please don't be too general. Or please don't be too specific, actually. It's not in the announcements tab. Petitions is not in the announcements tab. Never been in the announcements tab. Okay, well, then here. Just type in this. Trust me, I would list that. Sorry if I seem sassy. I just had somebody ask me to give them, like, two separate people out to list all of the changes from today specifically in this game. I'm now just sitting here going like, I'm just kind of grumbly about explaining what's changed in the last 90 minutes with this game. Okay, I needed something. What was I gonna do? Jumping at leatherworks. Yeah, that's what I need. Clothing and leather. Leather. And I also need to finish this. Let's just plop you there for right now. Just link the changelog. It's in your game folder. It's hard to link it when it's a, like, text file. So, no. Just simply download it and then go to your game's files if you actually care. Can intruders climb over a wall with upward spikes? Yes. They can't climb over an overhang, though. So if you have one tile of overhang, they can't climb it. If you're trying to stop them from climbing it, that's how you do that. And even if I did link the changelog, it's not like people would read it. They still ask. Happiest one available? Gotcha, Raging Cave. Let's do clear glass window. You up 50 of those. And I'm also going to collect sand 100. Never underestimate the consistent predictability of people, I guess. What is a crundle? A crundle is a vile, evil monster that does absolutely nothing of value, comes from the caverns, and the one thing that it tries to do is annoy the player as much as humanly possible. Today I learned if you middle click with the middle mouse button on a room in Discord, it opens up Chrome. What? I got 2 temples I need to make. Boy, oh boy. They also lay eggs, in regards to crundles. Happiest dwarf who is available is Saigon. They are a fishery worker. She's completely unmoved by art or beauty, or the beauty of nature, and she values artwork and its creation. She can be very happy and optimistic, and she very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. She's very slow to anger, and she's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She's often nervous, and she enjoys the company of others. She does not often feel lustful, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she tends to consider what others think of her. The game is saving, and I can't read any further, so she laughs very loudly whenever she's nervous. They're also kind of hysterical. And they're like the size of a football. Rather like a chihuahua? I don't know. I've never met a chihuahua that lays eggs. If you meet one, though, do let me know. But yeah, I guess my advice with petitions is do what I do, which is don't accept them until the petition is completed. Actually, you know what they should do with petitions? They should just change the word on petition from accept to complete. That's what they should do. Complete or deny. And then people will just leave them there. True. True, Elfie. Fair statement. And then people wouldn't, like, clear them. Because the problem is people accept them all and then they go, where is they? It's like, well, I mean, you can still find them within the, like, guild halls / other works tabs, but, you know. Personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, finds introspection to be a waste of time, and sees, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Like sandstone pig iron, jasper opal, giant raccoon leather, wombat tooth, black bullhead bone, rope reed fabric, and the color azure. Desert tortoises for their longevity, and the sight of the twinkling cave, and when possible prefers to consume char, blueberry wine, and blood amaranth flower. Rambutans, and absolutely hates snakes. You have sunken jade eyes that are incredibly close set. You're friends with our siege you're passing acquaintances with our siege operator. You're a member of the Fellowship of Fate. And you're lonely after being away from friends for too long. I have streamed adventure mode. Relatively recently, in fact. There are VODs on my extras channel. And will I stream more of it? If that's what you're going to ask next, yes. Also, drinks are getting a little low. That's okay. We all have our moments. Why summer in white are in gray and summer in fur and green the more... So that's mostly like a artifact of the fact that this game is like came from ASCII. So the text is different colors because in the old game, this text, all of it, all of this, a lot of this, most of this, and this was all on the same screen. So you have to be able to easily like differentiate between them, right? So it makes it easier to parse a screen full of text than it does to parse a smaller screen. If there's yellow text in this description, it's a temporary thing that isn't permanent. If there's purple text, it's permanent. Let's see if I can find one with purple text. Walnut might. Hold on. Yeah, see, this is permanent changes in their personality, whereas yellow are temporary changes in their personality. Same with here. This is, you know, another descriptor of their mental existence. Purple is a permanent change. Although this one doesn't ever get yellow ones. This doesn't change. This is just their likes and dislikes. The thoughts are like the different severities. So something that's green is a positive thing. Blue is a very positive thing. Purple is them remembering something. Brown is generally a bad thing. Red is a really bad thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's so that you can digest information at a glance without having to, like, actually read all of it. Why can't you select a dwarf from the nobles tab? Probably because they're not part of your fortress. Which is highly likely. What's my manager up to? You're digging. Oh, that's a mistake. Stop digging. Go do a, like, normal job, like managing your work orders, Bonesaw, please. How do I not have 1,000 drinks right now? I don't need them. I only have 76 dwarves. Don't the plats run? Not if they're in a stockpile. And not if they're in a, and also not if they're in a barrel. They rot if you're not keeping them in a stockpile. There's a reason barrels exist, right? Barrels are like your food preserves. So if you put food into a barrel, you don't need 1,000 drinks. You also don't need like a bajillion food. I manually make like 100. I queue up about 100 drinks once a season for this many dwarves. If I have like a shit ton of dwarves, and by that I mean like, I don't know, more. If I have more than 200 dwarves, at that point I will queue up like 500 or so drinks every so often. But yeah, it's mostly just because it's not necessary. You don't need it. We're introduced to Dwarf Fortress on the Steam with new graphics version. Yeah, no, I mean, you need to remember if there's anything weird, if you find something weird about Dwarf Fortress, you're like, why is this designed this way? It's probably because you need to remember this game is 20 years old, right? Like, yeah, this is a fancy new patch for this version, but it's still a game that has existed for a really long time, and a lot of design decisions that have been made for it, for better or for worse, are because of its age, and because of the fact that it was designed with a very different user experience in mind than this. So whenever you run into things that are like odd or eccentric or strange, it's almost always the reason is going to be some variation of because ASCII. Hello, Shadow. Hey, but Shadow made it though. That counts for something. I need to get the value of this just a little bit higher. Which means I could probably actually get away by just doing this. Think. Think. So we are going to fly down to here. Checking on you. Checking Pearl Ash. Hey, there we go. Got my clear glass windows up and running. The way I like to see it. Sandbags. Sandbags. All quality, all quality, all quality. Screw materials. Thank ya. Uh-oh. I didn't hear that at all, but that's mostly because I have the sounds very low. Some goblin thieves arrived, but I think my dogs scared them off. Let's just go to the top. I will just unforbid everything in this entire stairwell because there's dead bodies in my hallway now. I have the sounds turned off because I'm scared that I will get the content ID claim from that moron on the internet. But I'm actually going to turn that back up so I hear it because I do need to hear that. Okay. Oop. There's another dead goblin. Free bags, though. The most valuable thing. Put dog here. And dig all the way across this so we can see. Gonna continue prospecting. What content ID? Nothing has changed from the other day, but the other day, song released, and it is using the same free sound that somebody else, or that Dabu used for the tavern glass clinking noises. And Kit Fox, rather than messing with YouTube's crappy content ID system, is they're just making a new sound, which should be in the game proper by soon. TM. I mean, it's only happened once, and it only happened a couple of days ago, so no, not again, but... And if you're saying again, then this is news to me. I only know about this happening once. But these are not things that get fixed quickly, generally. Because you have to literally convince somebody to stop being an asshole on the internet, which is impossible, as we've discussed. Dabu is making a new sound effect, yes. Chat has very selective hearing, or I'm being very unclear today. I don't know. One of the two. Why would someone care so much? Generally, people like to protect their work. And if you are publishing music, it is generally considered normal in the current market to put copy protection on it. Just like if you are making video games, or if you are making any kind of software. Most people just don't even think about it, and they put copy protection on it. The result of this is you end up with false positives or issues when you happen to use, let's just say, some free products or some public domain sound effects. Let's also just say that you didn't even publish your own music. You have a record label, and your record label puts copy protection on it, and you have no say over it, which is usually actually what ends up happening, is the record label is like, well, we have to protect our property. And then the end result is, well, you have people like me who are like, wait, what the fuck? It's in a video game, mate. No, it's not that it was their sound. It's a publicly available sound that anybody could use. So it was from a sound library, but it's also the only sound in the game that's from said sound library. We talked about this earlier today. I mean, I could link it again if you guys want. Here, I'll just link the sound again. Give me a second. But it's also part of the reason I keep my volume so low at all times, because I expect stuff like this to happen, because I've done this for so long, and I've been in this industry long enough to just know that that is a constant threat. So it's part of the reason that, like, every now and again I'll have people, like, not joking, but, like, adding me and being like, what sounds or whatever is blind using? Because... I'll link these in both chats. Give me a sec. Nope, the music is brand new. The song was uploaded to YouTube 2 weeks ago. And it had 18 views until today when I started sharing it. Now it's up to 86. So congratulations, we're making them famous. The zombie is back again. Goblin Bard is sharing rumors now? I also kind of want the coal from this layer, but, like, there's no getting that. Like, this layer's a lost cause, man. I mean, I guess I could just run out into the caverns, but... Oh, yeah, I mean, copyright in general sucks, but it is what it is. There ain't too much I can do about it. Also, Twitch has a very different copyright system, which is another reason why I like Twitch. Okay, how's the value of this? Not quite high enough just yet, but that's okay. That'll be sorted in a moment. I'm going to make this at the end here into a temple. Actually, I like the look of this layer more. So I'm going to make this into a temple. This can be the Bud Faith of Vegetation. And their temple. Because it's the god of fishing. So maybe we put it up to the edge here and let them peek through using fortifications and windows. And then the other one's gonna go down into the basement. It's the other god of death. That's a bit big. For a single temple. I'm in an ad break, so I won't do anything. Aside from just finish designating this. Video from YouTube to YouTube from a rapping video, and you had a 20-second rancid sound clip. Oh wow, you discovered the stuff in 2015. Wow, you discovered the stuff late. Yeah, what's even better is it's not even a song per se. It's like, do I get paid for these ads? I get. In January, I was getting about $8 to $10 a day. In December, I was getting about $60 a day. Since February started, I've been getting about 40. So yes, I do get paid for these ads. You only have 4 videos? Doesn't matter. Use a song that has copy protection, get slapped. Yeah, I heard about that as well, Killer Spot. I mean, my favorite instance of somebody getting copyright bopped was when Herman Lee, who's the guitarist and composer of all of he's the guitarist of Dragon Force and composer of all of Dragon Force's songs, for reference. When when he started streaming, he was just playing his own music. And he got a content ID strike on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously for streaming his own music. Like literally for playing a cover of his own song. Or playing a live cover of his own song on his stream that he wrote. That is maybe my favorite example of YouTube content ID. Admittedly, it got sorted out. His accounts got unsuspended and he got everything back eventually, but it was very funny to me. Did he have the right to the songs? No. That's the funny thing. It wasn't in his contract that he could do that. He's since renegotiated his contract, and now actually, I straight up just have water dripping down my stairs, but it is what it is. He's since renegotiated his contract, and now he does have the right to it. Can't anyone cover any song? No. You think you can, and you can argue fair use, but no. No, you cannot. And I want to report that. I mean, there was a minute there where a couple people thought that my VOD channel was somebody else uploading my VODs independently of me. Or like, I kept getting comments from this one person who was like, whoever's uploading these videos, thank you. I'm like, it's literally me. Like, this is my second account. What? You cannot profit from it? Mm-hmm. And it turns out all of these platforms that you would, make a cover on, it's profit. But yeah, no, Herman Lee streams all of his concerts now. Or Dragon Force streams all of their concerts now, I guess is what I should actually say. You just can't watch the VODs unless you're subbed. But it's kind of actually a neat system. I saw them live and then the next day, watched their next concert in Seattle. It's kind of neat. I wish more bands would do it, actually. Their camera setups are also pretty neat, at least. As somebody who's in this industry, I think the way they set up their cameras is neat. He has one on the end of his guitar. They have ones on the ends of their guitars. There's various body cams as well as like they set up cameras in the venue itself usually. A cover that got flagged and then appeal got denied. I mean, they don't have to give you the rights to do a thing. Whoa! Thanks for the 10 pack of gift subs. Do I not swear at all? Fuck. What? You must be new here if you think I don't swear. Oh, a YouTuber I watch, Starsty Carr, he reviews synthesizers, did a video on a antique Behringer synthesizer. And as part of his videos, they're usually like an hour long, and he goes through every single setting and thing that you can do with the synthesizer, explain how it works. They're very methodical, nice videos. He basically had the whole thing set to default, played a sound, and then on C, and then opened and closed the what's it called? The high pass filter. Just like that, basically. And then continued on with the video as he was doing other things. Apparently, there is a Chemical Brothers song that uses the exact same settings on the exact same synthesizer from like 2008 or something. And so that video not only got demonetized, it got taken down and gave him a strike on his channel. And he literally reached out to the Chemical Brothers directly and was like, "Oi, what?" And they were like, "Oops." And so he got it removed and fixed, but it was very funny. That's another one that I can think of that's like, what? Just automatic strikes. Turns out robots are bad. People should do things. I know this is a weird statement, but... Okay, so my Krasdorf guild has been satisfied. Let's check down by the... furnaces, which is here. Okay, what's the... oh, this one's priority number 1. To increase the priority on this. That's the problem. G-Fin, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Salva Daddy. Welcome back, Salva. Enjoy the after viewing. Do I like Gojira? I've seen Gojira twice. I would like to see Gojira again. I wish they would come back to Vancouver. Unfortunately, the last time I saw them, I also had to see Metallica, and that made me very sad. Had to, yes. This is like an echo repeat conversation of a conversation we had earlier today. I would much rather pay $60 to see Gojira than like $300 to see an awful band like Metallica and have to deal with Metallica fans. Such a waste of fucking money. Yeah, but see, humans are capable of correcting human errors. And when machines are capable of correcting human errors, if I still don't have a robot that can jerk me off while folding my laundry, we've fucked up. All right, we've got another round of migrants. Let's see, is anybody here any good at combat? Or anybody here anything that I can throw into the military? Singer... Ah! Wait, actually broke his back? Or do you mean broke his back trying to sing? Because he can't. So, here's the thing. People will always defend awful, 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 terrible bands. On a jet ski. Okay, that's horrible. Like, it doesn't matter how much I like your band or dislike your band. I don't want people to get hurt. I just wish he would stop touring. And talking. And writing music. Like, you can go publish music. Like, go run like a label or something. Stay away from music. You feel like fucking awful person. This is 2004. Okay, never mind. It's a good thing he broke his back because that was like worst era. That was right when they started to destroy their existence. I take that back. I mean, that is a joke. Okay, please don't break your back. Take care of yourselves, people. These words useful means stand and ooh. Developed empathy. High willpower though. Vengeful. Never forget. She is vengeful and never forgets or forgives past grievances and prefers to be alone. Oh my god. Doesn't mind a little tumult in day-to-day living. She has a natural tendency with her respect to market. She can be considered rude. She often acts with compassion. Is assertive and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She can handle stress. Welcome to the military. What's your name again? Tourist. Basic metal armor. You can also use the new emotes like Crypt Bongo and Crypt Dragon and Crypt Stab. So you can stab the Crypt Dragon while doing the bongos. Do I like Nickelback? Chat, can I ban someone over there for like an hour? Can I give someone over there like a timeout for that question? I will say this about Nickelback. Nickelback is an extraordinarily boring mid-band that doesn't ever do anything of interest or note. However, when it comes to bad pop songs, Gotta Be Somebody's a bit of an earworm that's kind of catchy. Do I like Nickelback? Absolutely not. Have I seen them live? Unfortunately, yes. 3 times. I haven't ever paid for them. It's always been I was somewhere and they just happened to be playing. Including, I was in the closing ceremonies for the Winter Olympics here. And they played right before we went on. And high-fived everybody in the line who was going to go out and do our performance thingy that we were supposed to do. So not only have I seen Nickelback, I've high-fived every single one of them. They played at a fair once when I was there, and they played at a festival that I was outside of. So, yes. I've technically seen them or heard them live against my will 3 times. I don't mind Pantera. Anyway, I don't want to just talk about Metallica, because honestly, I don't like Metallica. If you guys want to hear the Metallica conversation, go to the beginning of the VOD and watch that. They're just bad. It's not good. It's not good. They are the worst excuse for metal. Blech. Overpriced, overrated, bad. It's the end of the discussion. Oh, sweet, and we now have a farmer's guild. Another guild's incoming. How many cells and chains do I have? Not enough. I mean, it is your job to remind me, pretty much, so yeah. At least chat's job, but... currently, I'm just trying to keep up with guild hall demands. I also don't have enough bedrooms, for that matter. But how much steel do I have? 1 steel bar. Great. Yeah, literally adventure mode. Like, so if you're playing Dwarf Fortress, or if you own Dwarf Fortress, Schnibbler, you've only played 1/3 of the game. If you've read Legends mode, you've played 2/3 of the game. The other third of the game is adventure mode, which is, you could start from any point in the world that is populated pretty much, with some exceptions. You pick a faction, which could be any faction, dwarves, goblins, humans, elves, whatever. Then you pick a starting site and you start adventuring. Any person who travels to your fortress and shows up as a guest is a adventurer. And you can go do what the adventurers do. You can go walk from place to place. You could like convince people to join you, basically start a D&D group and walk around the world. Just emote testing, fair enough. So not only can you form bands of dwarves, you could form bands of dwarves, goblins, humans, elves, etc. Named giant toad kill who? One of 3 dwarves. Dishmab, the goat, and that's the goat. Somebody's pet goat that got out into the fort. It's been there for forever. It's a while ago that happened. So this is going to be the Doctrine of Ashes. How's that other digging out area going? There it is. Okay. It's going to be the Bud Faith. Which is going to be fortified all the way along here. And I'll put windows in front of it. Oh, is Dorfin. Dorfin, okay. Dorfin, okay. Yep, you can also claim locations and build basic structures. It's not a life sim like Stardew Valley. Like you can't just start a farm and have a family or whatever. But you can wander the world and basically do solo nomad adventurer-ish stuff. Very Kenshi in that way is probably the closest comparison to a game that exists. Or Soul Ash 2 to a degree, which I should probably play more of actually. I was thinking about playing some more of that soon, TM. I might do a bonus stream this week is what I'm sort of suggesting. Not on Friday though, and not on Saturday because I'm busy those 2 days, but there might be something on maybe Monday, I'm thinking. Might play some of that. Can't really form a music band? That's not true. You could form a band of like 4 or 5 characters and give each one of them like skills in instruments and then like start with said instruments and then just go around playing songs and writing songs using said instruments. So no, you absolutely could form a music band. I would argue against that. I think you could do that. It would require a little bit of RP, but you absolutely could do it. Feedback taken, Gazoom. Losing pets is never fun. That's all I have to say about that. I'm still waiting for the day that my parents' dumb old cat dies, but even though him still being alive has become a running joke in my family now. It's like, how the hell is that cat still alive? It's Like, he's defying odds. Like, it's kind of insane. Do dwarves get upset when their bedrooms are a bit further away? As long as they're not, like, dying of thirst on the way to their bedrooms, no? Because, like, sometimes you need to realize that sometimes they'll wake up, like, thirsty and hungry. Just like people, right? And if they wake up thirsty and hungry, there is a chance that they'll get upset if they have to walk that far distance, such a very far distance, to then get a drink right when they wake up. But that they need to be pretty far away, because dwarves move pretty quick. So this is going to be the Bud Faith of Vegetation. New temple. So it's going to be dedicated to this god. So another way you can tell, if you can't remember what group petitioned for something and you haven't had any petitions yet, they have to have at least 10 worshippers for like a temple. And the same goes for guild halls. They have to have at least 10. So if there isn't at least 10 in one, so it couldn't have been this one. It couldn't have been the Dead Doctrines. It couldn't have been the Dead Fellowship. It couldn't have been the Fated Creed. It might have been that one if somebody just died. Or it was the Doctrine of Ashes. So I have to make two right now. I have to make one for the Doctrine of Ashes and the Bud Faith of Vegetation. And the Bud Faith of Vegetation demanded one, and so did the Doctrine of Ashes. But I'm doing the Bud Faith of Vegetation first because it showed up first. I want OpenAI to cease existing, so I do my damnedest to ignore it whenever possible. Why would I give a flying fuck? You also know that I do not like this discussion, Venus, so why the fuck are you bringing it up? How old is the cat? 22. And he almost died when he was 3 years old. He got both of his back legs broken, his front right leg shattered, and his front left leg dislocated, and his back fractured when he was 3 years old. You just noted the name down? No, you know. Hope that helps a little bit. 17 years old. Oh, God. Man, that's an old dog. Especially for a shepherd. Shepherd? I don't think I could ever own a shepherd, because if I owned a shepherd, I would call it shepherd and literally just refer to it as shepherd. More rumors. Oh my God, so many. Speaking of that, I've actually got 3. This is getting intense. All right, so that's the first one. It's not high enough value just yet, but we're working on it. Got to town status? Yeah. And in like the last 2 seasons, I've had like 2 guild halls. Sorry, three guild halls and 3 temples demanded. No, if I ever had a shepherd, I would probably just name it Commander, actually. And I don't actually like Mass Effect all that much. It's just burned into my brain. And it would be one of those if you know things. I mean, we're getting a religion fort, which is about the same as a prison fort. Although that's also very similar to the previous fort. The thing is, there are actually a lot of criminals in the fort. I just need somebody to commit a crime. Yes. If you don't fulfill them, they get mad. And they get a mood buff if you do. The whole fort gets a mood buff if you do, basically, and if you don't fulfill them, the whole, like, all of the dwarves in that group get upset. And then they will ask again eventually. Has no one done a crime yet? No one has even tried to steal one of my artifacts yet. I have artifacts that are easy to steal, too. You have a fort that is too far from your civilization to get traders or migrants, and you're surrounded by nothing but goblins. Is there anything you suggest to do to get more dwarves in your fort and build population in this region? Retire the fort and build a new fort, is my suggestion. Retire the fort, then embark on a new fort with the 7 dwarves, instantly retire that fort, make a new fort, 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 instantly retire that fort. Do that, repeat like 10 times, then start a fort, or reclaim the fort that you're already playing on. That will increase the local population so you get migrants. You probably still, I wonder if you could actually still become Mountain Hone. I don't know. But keep in mind, when you retire a fort, it will completely obliterate the layout of your fortress and throw items everywhere, and it'll be a mess and hard to clean up. War elephants are a horrible thing to breed because they take 10 years to get to full size. Do like grizzly bears, which take a year to get full size and don't require grass. Elephants are overrated, in my opinion. I feel like we've had this conversation before, Maniac. But if somebody else is asking, feel free to just babble. It's all good. But if I don't say anything, it'd be because I feel like I've already got this. What can I make to put into here? Let's do iron. Oops. Iron altars. I don't need 10 of them, but get them going. And then... Actually, how many gems do I have? None. Okay. I do have a jeweler's shop, don't I? Yeah. Actually, hold on. I have to do a thing. This is for Celesty. Okay. Let's go down to here. I have to just do a whole bunch of things simultaneously to not piss anybody off while doing this. Let's go down to this. Oops, nope. It's okay if a little bit of this is Gabbro. Can you war train cheetahs? I mean, true. If you eat it, if you chop it up and harvest all of its bits, you could make Cheetos, and then say that they're great. And if you start breeding them, I will just show up and ask if you are a cheetah. Will it flee when you open the cage? Yes. So what you want to do is you want to go to its unit screen here. And there should be a little button that looks like this little whistle. Assign a trainer to it and tell them to train it. Once it says that it's trained, then you can set it to a pasture and they will keep training it. If you just let it out, it'll run away. Yeah, and then you can send all of the cheetahs to the cheetah room. Okay, so the other thing I'm going to start making is clear glass blocks. Our topical, you recently got a request for a Rangers Guild Hall, even though you have absolutely no use for Ranger skills. Every fort has use for Ranger skills specifically in your fort, and would honestly rather do practically anything else. Would telling them no discourage more rangers showing up, or since they're already here, would I just stick with a ranger? If you absolutely want to avoid a rangers guild, I will argue every fort needs a rangers guild because rangers guilds teach ambushing and tactics, which are almost impossible to train any other way and very, very important if you want to do any kind of invading. So just saying that. I will say that if you want to avoid it, what you want to do is make sure that there are no rangers in your fortress. It also teaches like observation and a bunch of other things. Basically, everything that's important for combat that isn't combat training is taught at a Rangers Guild. Is there any sense to adding a topics command to let chat know what topics are prickly here? No. Because adding commands isn't sensible. Unless they are important. And I don't see that as important. I am a very firm believer in read the fucking room. If you bring something up and you get a negative response, stop bringing it up. Problem solved. All that having a command like that would do is get people asking, why is a topic prickly? Why is a topic a problem? That's it. If somebody brings something up for the first time, that's fine. I will tell them it's a topic that's not welcome here. If somebody brings up a topic for the 14th time, I will probably time you out. You know what's a prickly subject? Blackberry bushes. And that rose bush that I killed recently. Jaeger, thanks for checking out another gift. Appreciate you for the for the coffee and beer fund. Means a lot, man. And also, for clarity's sake, Metallica isn't a prickly subject. I just don't like Metallica. You're more than welcome to talk about Metallica. I will just ignore you in chat. AI is a prickly topic because I pay artists and don't like plagiarism. And all that shit is plagiarism. I don't like it when people steal things and sell it to other people. That's stupid. Undead giant echidna? Mm-hmm. Hedgehogs? Pretty prickly. Porcupines? You have a post-it note going? Wow. Prickleberries are pretty prickly. All facts. Oopsies. I did not mean to delete that. Literally, like, the rules of this stream are very simple, right? And the audience for this stream is not what I would describe as children. So I generally assume that people, unless you have some sort of disability that makes you incapable of this, are capable of figuring out when a topic isn't enjoyed by the majority of the audience. And if a topic is enjoyed by the majority of the audience, even if it's not enjoyed by me, I generally just let it go. You guys can just babble. I'll just ignore you. And that happens every now and again. But if it's a topic that I viscerally hate and a majority of the audience agrees, then yeah, it goes away pretty quickly. I don't need to like write a "you will get slapped on the wrist for talking about this thing" because that's just redundant. Babbles incoherently? Oh god, they're babbling incoherently. Send in the incoherent babbling police. They will babble incoherently back at you. Yes. So, if you don't want to play on the public beta branch, so not on the public beta, it's only on the experimental branch. I had to reread that question. It's only on the experimental branch, not the public beta branch. So if you're playing on the public beta, I think you're actually going to be a version behind. Unless they've changed that. It wasn't that way the first day when I checked. But that was 2 weeks ago. So, but in my experience, I think it's just on the experimental branch. But if you just want the new world gen features, Go to the experimental branch, generate a world, and then go back to the previous branch. You won't have any problems, and you'll have the new world features. Let's check this daily. Daily. Is it on? Is it on the I mean, do you have the new features? Because if so, then they've changed it so that it's on the public beta too. But at least when I was first fiddling with it on the first day, it was only on the one. I might have out of date information on this regard because I haven't bothered changing it. I'm actually going to increase the number of pig iron that we're making. Seems okay. Well, then I'm probably out of date then. Thank you for correcting me then. It is also very possible. I'm making clear glass, and I'm going to start off by making clear glass right here. I only have 2 clear glass blocks. God damn it. So I'm going to do a thing that's going to cause a whole bunch of job cancellations, but it's a bit of a life hack if you're using, if you're making glass and you are doing it on lava, is go make a normal ass glass furnace. You like this? It's a normal glass furnace. In fact, I'm going to put 2. I'm going to put 1 here. 2 here. 3 here. Okay. So these are gonna get all jobs on them forbidden, with the exception of collect sand. And then I can forbid collect sand on these. So these 2 can just focus on making stuff, and then these ones can just collect sand. Here's the thing. If I have friction with you and you're not banned, it doesn't mean I have anything against you, right? People can disagree on things and not get along 100% of the time and be completely competent and get along. People just live in this real weird world of childish drama where they think that, oh no, we disagreed once, we'll never be friends again, blah. I don't live in that world. And hopefully none of you live in that world, because I think that that is silly. And if we do disagree on something, to steal a line from another streamer, keep your opinions to yourself and we'll get along just fine. Seems reasonable to me, I know. I need a couple more stone workers, methinks. Also, speaking of stone workers. Ah, they're not making blocks right now. That's the problem. Like, why am I out of blocks? Found it. Recognize priesthood. All right, next priest is a Gogi. None of them are named. Well then. I'm going to give it to Attis, the competent intimidator / comedian. And I'm going to give it to Lil Hager for throwing a bajillion dollars at me. Ultra. What dwarf would you like? Would you like the next religious figure? Because I can give you the next one. I've already named this one and said it out loud before I saw that. But he is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and only rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and he's conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He tends to be a bit passive in discussions, and he is stubborn, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He often feels lustful, and he thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And he doesn't often feel envious of others. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he tends to avoid crowds. Any? Okay. Ultra. Do you want me to say Ultra Dreadnought or just Ultra? Ultra would never, under any circumstances, speak up or otherwise put forth her point of view in a discussion. She is confident under pressure, and she is very ambitious, and always looking for a way to better her situation. She is slow to anger, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She occasionally overindulges and is often cheerful. She is trusting, and she finds obligations confining, though she values the concept of loyalty, and she is troubled by her natural tendencies, and she does not easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Why is that skeleton still there? She runs her fingers through her hair when she's bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of attaining a rank in society, and personally truly values merrymaking and parties, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. She likes mudstone, zinc, and snail tooth. Snails have teeth. You have a pet pig. You're a member of the Bud Faith of Vegetation. You feel jubilant after the establishment of a temple for the Bud Faith of Vegetation, and she feels euphoric due to inebriation. And you have a bedroom, which means you're doing better than more than half the dwarves here. Very good. You never disagree with your friends. That would be weird because, I mean, like, I've talked many times about how I disagree on almost everything politically with my best friends. So, like, you know, it is what it is. Adults can get along with people. As much as the internet makes that hard to believe. I need more gardens. I'd swear that I planted stuff in this one. How did that end up follow again? Also, this right here is going to be the Farmers Guild that is being requested. Well, if you are in a raw emotional state, I would recommend going to a sauna and cook yourself a little bit. And then at least you'll be in a cooked emotional state. Less likely to get food poisoning that way. Also, I should do a thing. That's too many teeth. G-Fin. Way too many teeth. Like, that's like cosmic horror levels of teeth. I don't like that at all. Feeling a story coming? What, snails have way too many teeth? They're really scary if you're a plant. There's plenty of plants in the chat, so I'm sure they're all terrified. Exactly. Joshua's not the man. Made you realize you weren't subscribed? I'm actually in subscribers only mode because I don't look at the YouTube chat that often. And it's just to like avoid spam. Honestly. And also it does net me quite a few YouTube subs, which means I guess maybe a lot of people don't realize they're not subscribed to me. Don't most bugs bite? There we go. All right, let's go up to here. Well, any bug with big enough mouth parts to bite will try and bite in case of defense. I guess maybe is more what I should be saying. You are currently cutting gems. Or I had you cutting gems. Currently you're drinking. You're currently satisfied at work. I assume you've been cutting. Let's wait until you get a drink and see if you go cut gems. Where are you going? Maybe I've made the pathing into the tavern a little bit too tricky. Don't... Yeah, see, you're cutting gems. Although what I should be doing isn't cutting gems. I should be making... Gur? Why do my manager suck? Oh. Stop doing other jobs. You're fired now. I realize you want to do this stuff, but cease. Because they didn't have a mouth that worked like that? That sounds like a friendly little lie that a parent or teacher would tell you to make you less afraid of bugs. That's what that reads like to me. A funny straw mouth? I've never heard a bug's mouth described like a straw before. That is a new one for me. They have mandibles, which are very different from lady dibbles. I think. So this is going to be a temple to the Doctrine of Ashes. God. There you are. I need to double the value for this offering place. Let's give you that. Running low on logs even. Jeez. I mean, I am an avid wasp defender, which baffles many and confuses others and perplexes some and makes others question my sanity, yet I will till the end of my days, confess my love to wasps. I love wasps. Wasps are wonderful creatures. To the point where I will even leave honey out for them at the right time of year. How's my Mark's Dwarves doing? Did I ever, yes, I did, okay. I was gonna say, shit, did I not make them... Oh my god. Huh. I thought, I assumed you were dead. Oh shit. Well, keep in mind, the web-spitting mud pile is still alive. Check its kills. Not a bad idea, actually. Oh. Well, I mean... okay, here, I'll reread it for those of you who missed. It's a great blob composed of mud. It has wings and a bloated body. Beware its webs. I don't think it can fly. I mean, you know, honestly, actually, that's probably what I should do. I should trap it. That's what I should do. I should just do this. Died like a split second after engaging. Yeah, except this one has webs. Watch it die now. Oh wow, it moves pretty quick too. Oh shit. Our, we have another one of an ice. I'm just gonna say, the fact that this creature is called an eyes shearer is terrifying to me. That creature was first created. It is a large hairy humanoid with a stubby tail and black hair with short and even. It's Bigfoot. It was first created by a human necromancer. It was after horrible experiments on a goblin named Utest. It's an intelligent undead necromancer experiment, yes. There's got to just be a lot in the area. That's the only logic that I've really come to. Where was I digging that? Oh, wait. So that creature could totally just walk into my fort, by the way. Super duper could. Actually, nope. Never mind. It can't. It can't because there's no way up here. Wait, never mind. No, there is. So it just hasn't come over here yet. Is it the water, maybe? So what I need to do if I want to get it here, probably, is I have to dig... Oh, jeez, that's inconvenient. Okay, so if I want to get it into here, I have to be a bit more tricky, I guess. Put 2 doors here. Go here. Go here. Go here. Go down one more, so down to here, down to here. Shit, where did I put... Where was I digging that? God. Life is hard sometimes. Okay, there. Okay. One further up. All right. Let's try and get this thing into here. I assumed it was dead at this point. The problem is, I think the game still doesn't permit sale of Forgotten Beast silk, but... Okay, and then this... Can just do this, and back around to here. Would mud silk cloth go for it? Like I said, I don't think you can trade it still. Yep. But I don't really care all that much. I thought it does permit sale, but it's low value. Not as of last time I was doing it, but I am really low on brews. Dear manager, why do you suck? I'm about to fire Bonesaw. Never mind. I retract my statement. I need a raising bridge. Material doesn't matter. Let's fortify all that. When attacking other places, the initial attack, ambushing, and tactician are the most important skills. How many dwarves should you use to destroy a necromancer tower? Exactly as many as necessary. It's one of those things I don't really have a thing I can accurately give you. Oh shit, do I just straight up have an elf visiting? This might be my first living visitor that isn't like a goblin. Yeah, I do. Damn, look at that. It's part of the leap of routes. It's the leaping route. It's much more round and out of the way. Oh boy. Let me just pause the game for a second and go down to here. God damn. What's up, Apostic? Okay, let's give them clear glass windows. If it feels like I'm kind of just throwing these together, it's because I am. Okay, so this is not high enough value just yet. We're working on it. Let's also throw down a bunch of this. I don't think I have any more statues. Nope. Okay, so then the other one that I'm doing is the Farmers Guild, which is going to go all the way up to here. Okay, you, Farmers Guild. Need 120 thingies. I don't really have enough blocks. Need to wait for flooring. Still queue it up. At least I can say that I tried. All right. Obviously very far from the value needed. All wasps are pretty cool because they lay their eggs in a leaf. A leaf grows. I like wasps because they are the killer attack murder helicopters of the insect world and can single-handedly save my garden from dying a horrible death to all of the insects that want to eat my plants. That's why I like wasps. The Doctrine of Ashes. Do I have an... Wait, hold on. Do I have another... Oh, no, sorry. I just haven't accepted this one yet. All right. No, it's the Gilded Faith. That's the other one. Oh, yeah. Okay. Your garden seeds IRL. My tomatoes are getting big. They're about that tall. I need to do another temple, so... I was gonna put more temples on this layer, but now I've got this friggin' like, farming situation thing growing here. I will just build a little hallway going this way. The hallway going this... Maybe not that far, but, like, going that way. And let's put a snother temple right here. I don't think that's a word, but we'll work with it. They are still digging that. Okay. We'll grab this. An orchid bee that collects scent from orchids to present to its mate. No, I did not, but I do now. Now I'm just trying to figure out if orchids actually smell good or not. You bought plants from Home Depot and they seem like Trojan horses into your house. Are you, like, against plants or something? Oh, pests, right. I mean, I had, in my entirety of my indoor farming escapades, which is mostly lettuce, admittedly, I've had one weevil appear. One singular weevil. I squished it. Rest in peace, Bo Weevil. Weevils are adorable, but they eat plants, so yes, I squished it. If you're afraid of bees, you should try petting a bumblebee. As somebody who has successfully pet a bumblebee before, bees are wonderful. And people who go around saying that wasps are the same as bees are propagandists and should be shot into the sun. Alongside of Elon Musk. Curious, am I just out of barrels? Is that the problem? Nope. I have empty stuff. So I'm... Do I just not have a... You know, I might just not have enough stills. That might actually be the problem. I need to make a big ol' farming setup or a big ol' brewing place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I swear, make some temporary stills. Place one right here. Place one right here. Place one right here. And place one right here. Those are going to get upgraded. I'm just kind of in a hurry right now. That might actually just be the issue. The alcohol thing. What are most of the dwarves digging right now? Where are you headed? Oh my god, is this layer still getting dug out? I guess so. While we're at it, can we also shoot most of, like, American Parliament into the sun? I feel like some things in the world just need, like, a hard reset. If I set a world to a smaller size, does it make the Mega Beast, Semi-Beast attacks less frequent? Are you trying to get less Mega Beast and Semi-Beast attacks? If you want less Mega Beast and if you want less Mega Beast and those kinds of beast attacks, you can change the frequency that they attack in your difficulty settings. Sorry if I was slow to respond to that. Ask me in a month, Holske. Just like places need term limits, they also need age limits. Solitary bee species are not kept as livestock and could be more effective at pollinating. I mean, I sort of keep mason bees, don't tell my landlord, because I sort of maybe put, like, boards around my pots outside and drill holes in them, don't tell my landlord, and attract bugs and insects to my patio, don't tell my landlord. It's okay, you can tell my landlord. Actually, it's more like don't tell the building strata, because they didn't like it when they found out that I was doing that initially. But for me, it's specifically mason bees. They don't even look like bees, they look like flies. Most people think they're flies and just squish them, and it makes me sad. Okay. It's time to, speaking of monsters, it's time to catch a monster, chat. You guys ready? We have a domestic. I actually do actively take part in eco-terrorism. I've openly admitted this on stream a couple of times. I have a hobby. Every spring, I buy about 2 kilograms of clover seeds, Dutch white clover, and I walk around to public places, specifically public parks, that are just flat grass, and I throw clover everywhere. Come on, critter, you know you want to. Uh-oh. Come on, critter, you know you want to. Yes, blobbings. Uh-oh. As if things couldn't get any worse. Apparently I'm at war with elves now. I did nothing wrong, I'm sorry. The better question, actually. Who saw it? Is there a dwarf up here? There's a bee. The bumblebee told on them. Ah! Are they shooting at something? What are they shooting at? I swear I saw them. Oh boy. Okay. It's the growth of reputations. Ah. Lovely. Elf Wizard was a spy? Possible. I don't know, they were a poet, so probably not, actually. Although they weren't naked, so they did have a culture. In other news, I also have an artifact that's happening. I thought I locked those doors. Well, in other news, let's hope my Mark Spurs have been training effectively. Fortunately, it's slow. Hey, it's Puppy Dog. Oh, don't you do that. The sad part here is not everybody has... Okay, how many of them actually have ammo? 3 of them have ammo. What'd you miss? We're all about to die. Well, maybe not all of us, but some of my dwarves are about to die. Okay, bolts are flying. I blame the elves. Oh, it's dead. I didn't actually see who got the kill. I lost Rimtar and Ral. Flying steel bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the body, fracturing it. That's all we needed. It was 1 straight and true bolt to hit. Strikes the beast in the body, fracturing it. So you got the kill. Bessemer, the first beast killer of the fort. Oh boy. All right, well, I'm going to... Shit. Actually, what's funny? What's funnier is I wouldn't have been able to lock them if I wanted to. All right, so... I have good news and bad news, chat. The good news is we're going to fight them. Bad news is I lost 2 dwarves. My military have been training for a bit, and they need more practice, so... I don't know why my dwarf was just walking that weird way, but here we are. It's a long walk, dwarf. This dwarf is what we call a coward. You guys can all update your stuff. Only 2 of them actually have bolts. I'm just gonna make iron bolts. And let's just make 25, because iron will be fine. As for them, I will tell them to station up here. You guys can station back here. Let's open this up. Dwarves, why'd you... What? You come back, guys? Please? I already gave the order to open the door. Meanwhile, a gem cutter has created Ralam Gator an Almondine bracelet and claims it as a personal treasure. Cool. Awesome. Can you guys get back up here, please? Thank you. All right, they're here, but that's not who I needed. There you are. Did they all decide to go get lunch at the exact same time or something? There they come. Come on. Get up here, dwarves. Not that hard. Adept axe dwarf. There we go. Oh. What? Oh, I found another Marksworth dead. Okay, that's fine. It's like, how did I lose another one? Has that wall been built? That wall's been built. All right, so Still can't turn the burrow off yet, but that's fine. I don't have all these hotkeys memorized. Although something I should do, actually, is I should go down to here and make all of this and this and this and this available in the burrow. Check the value of this. Recognize priesthood. Hallelujah, that's another one done. We'll just make kick roast. It's another religion satisfied. Still need to satisfy the gilded faith, but hey, we are making some progress. Here come the elves. I love how the first one to charge is Big Bang, who doesn't actually have any weapons. So, at least you have a shield. Kick Roast is leading the charge, is terrified while in conflict. Following Kick Roast is Unib. Following Unib is Kilob. They all charge in. Combat begins. The Axe Dwarf hacks the elf bowman in the upper left arm with the steel battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The dwarves collide with the elves. It's not even going to be a fight. Not a fair fight, anyway. The Axe Dwarf says, "Can it all end so quickly? This doesn't scare me." We have Nameless, who's in tow. Says, "Death all around us. I feel very uneasy." The Force hacks the goblin thief in the upper left leg with a copper battle axe, fracturing the bone and the giant rat trousers. They move through. Bits and pieces flying everywhere. Curse all friends of nature's, the elves say. As they fire bolts, the dwarves continue to move forward. I'll just move them all forward. Some of them armed, some of them not so much. We'll follow Einod. We just climbed up a Z level to continue fighting. They run back down and regroup down at the front. Check the invader screen here. I don't see any currently. I'll just double check. We are clear. I think these dwarves have earned a drink. And the dwarves have arrived to trade. That was it? It's their first attack. They can only send a maximum on their first attack for any faction. So the first one's always going to be pretty small. But chat room, I got bad news. Well, I mean, I got good news. But I also got bad news. The good news is I get to go to a concert now. The bad news is I have to end the stream. So that's going to be our sort of our cliffhanger. Of course it burns wood and armor. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's all going, that stuff's all going into the lava sea. Don't worry about it. Twitch chat over here. Can we get a good night, YouTube? YouTube, can we get a good night, Twitch chat? Twitch chat, guess what? I think I'm going to do a bonus stream on Monday. So I'll see you guys Monday. We'll do some, either some Soul Ash 2 or some Adventure Mode, and then maybe some Fortress Mode if I'm feeling kind.